Excited for that big announcement today.
I know, big. Even though it, see, we listen, we pay attention, so we have to listen to all of the news conferences and all of the 3 hours, 18-minute cabinet meetings.
Oh, so long.
It was fabulous.
Extended episode of The Apprentice.
Yes. So if you listened to it, you kind of know what's going to happen today, perhaps.
Yeah.
But so Dan had the idea, because we always, every day, we debate in between commercials, like, what are we going to lead with? Because we're always fluid for you. We always want to bring you the latest and greatest. So Dan suggested, and I agree with you, that when we think about what's happening with Trump talking about Chicago and talking about, and first of all, can we just take a victory lap for our great President Trump for what he has done to crack down on crime in D.C. and lift the quality of life for so many people, as we all deserve, no matter what your zip code, no matter where you live? Don't we all deserve to live in a drug-free, crime-free, or lower crime area? Of course we do. And that's what Trump said, whether you voted for me or not, I'm going to raise your quality of life, which brings us to Chicago.
I love the way you say Chicago, by the way.
That's the way you're supposed to say it. Chicago. As if it's Kawgo. It's a Native American indigenous name, so Chicago.
Chicago.
That's how you say it.
Yeah.
Chicago. So when we think about the crime stats and the shootings in Chicago, it looks like the latest, more than 50 people shot over the Labor Day. If you think of Friday through Monday, my God. And I'm just happy that it's not Philadelphia, which for a while, Philadelphia, you hear that, which is a horrible term. I say that in Philadelphia, we voted for a mayor who was the least progressive, or I'll say most supportive of police, even frisking, with Mayor Sherrell Parker. Dan feels there's a similarity.
I do.
Between blue cities like Chicago and Philadelphia.
Yeah. So my similarity comes to, and obviously the crime hasn't exploded on the way that it has in Chicago. But I look at what happened over the past couple of years. We had Mayor Kenny, and then we have Larry Krasner. And Larry Krasner has really led us down a path where they've taken these progressive policies, turned us into guinea pigs, and that's where I draw the similarities to Chicago. Is I think Chicago similarly has been used as a guinea pig, and progressives have had mud on their face walking away from the situation.
True.
But where I think we differ is, and you were right in saying this before the show, when Lori Lightfoot was in office and Mayor Kenny was in office, I think Chicagoans and Philadelphians had the same thoughts about leadership. But Philadelphians kind of smartened up and I think brought in Sherrell, who is a little bit more moderate than what we saw with Brandon Johnson over there. So
I think she's a lot more moderate. And I think she's downright pro-police.
So I guess to your point, it makes sense that we would probably be much worse off then, right?
Yes.
If we had continued down the same path and elected a Helen Gim or a more progressive mayor.
And let us not forget, as far as Krasner, that I feel that just by the fact that the Philadelphia mayor, as well as Governor Josh Shapiro, did not speak out against that Act 40. The fact that, Krasner, and that was a year ago, right, that Krasner lost a lot of power because of all the SEPTA crime, they were able to, I'll say, compartmentalize our very progressive DA.
Yeah.
And, right? So that's a huge issue here, as we saw the crime report, and crime has, although it's not acceptable on SEPTA here in Philadelphia, I think we have seen things get better since he lost that power, if you will, because they have a separate prosecutor dealing with crime in and around SEPTA.
And I think to that point, with her coming in office as well, and this whole SEPTA move with Act 40, police officers here in Philadelphia have felt more supported these past couple of years, whereas in Chicago, I'm sure they feel very similar to how Philadelphia cops felt prior to Sherrell.
Correct. The one thing I'm going to say that we need to do, I don't know if he can do it by executive order. I wish that President Trump could. But I feel that on Capitol Hill, our national lawmakers on the national level, as opposed to statewide, which wouldn't happen, it should be a law that law enforcement should have to record the citizenship status of anyone accused of or charged with a crime. They put down everything else. They put down the gender. They put down, the residency where somebody lives. They put down their age. If they have a DOB, they put down their ethnicity. They put down everything else.
It's crazy to me that they don't.
They should be required to absolutely record what is the citizenship status of any individual. Like I say, even if they're not charged, if they're accused, if they're taken into custody or anything of that nature, that should have to be recorded. The reason I say that is that in New York City, think about when NYPD came out and they were angered by the fact that at the time their mayor had said at the time, migrant, illegals or immigrants, whatever, doing crime, it's not really a factor. And NYPD was furious, and specifically it was around Times Square. Remember what happened? It was a game changer when NYPD, who obviously privately kept that information, they released those numbers. Boom! It was, everybody talked about it. It was a complete changeover. It was a game changer. So we need to know. You need to know in Philadelphia, Chicago, whether it's and especially in our suburbs. I want to know Chester County, Montgomery County, Delaware County, even in Bucks County. We should all be able to know that information. It should be readily available. Anybody, you shouldn't have to be a lawyer or somebody with whatever, a journalist. Anybody should be able to look up that report. So when I look this stuff up, they don't have the citizenship status. That is wrong. I'm calling for a change on that. We are paying for this. We're paying for law enforcement. We're paying at every level in the system, and we have every single right to know the citizenship status or visa status of anybody who is. By the way, there was one day when I pulled in and there was something, I reported something in Montgomery County. That officer, he said, I need to see your ID. Can I have your date of birth? And I was like, you need to know what? And they do. Even if you're just seeing a cop and going, hey, I saw something happen, they want your driver's license. So he took that down. He entered that data into the system, and they immediately knew all of my DOB, my gender, my everything, my home address. So how come somebody who's being picked up and questioned, and they're an accused criminal, why wouldn't they be treated the same way as me, a taxpayer, a citizen? They should be. Isn't that equity? Isn't that equality? All right, Dan, I'm
fascinated with where you're going with this, because it's shocking to me that they don't. Like, why is that not
How come?
regular? Wow. Yeah. And
the most serious governing issue is that there's roughly 760,000 illegal immigrants living in New York City, and almost 60,000 of them have criminal charges or are convicted criminals. If I were the mayor of New York City, whether I had my own personal political problems or not, I would be desperate to work with the President of the United States to clean up what's going on. Earlier this year, there was a police...
Just to your point, that was Scott Jennings on CNN bringing up the New York City. But today, a lot of conversation, Dawn. You've been reporting it all morning on the Kale Company, that murders just exploded over the weekend out there in Chicago, Labor Day weekend. And this is a recurring theme that you hear reported nationally. Every time there's a big holiday in Chicago, we have a horrific reality of murders. And it's even catching up to MSNBC at this point. Willie Geist here reporting the numbers. Take a listen. Why is my computer not working? Here you go.
In Chicago over the weekend, at least 54 people were shot. This is just over Labor Day weekend. 7 killed. Several of the incidents were mass shootings with multiple victims at a single scene. In one instance, a teenage girl was hit with a stray bullet. The violence comes as President Trump threatens to send federal agents and National Guard troops to Chicago to quell the crime there, despite objections from the city's mayor, Brandon Johnson, and Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker. Unfortunately, Joe, this is not unusual in Chicago, which has been plagued by gun violence for generations, not years, for generations.
54 people shot this weekend.
So you hear Willie now framing that's been happening for generations, not just years there, Dawn.
Oh. Is that because there were illegals flowing in for generations? I don't know. I think that's have there been fluctuations? Yes, but this is preventable.
It's almost undeniable to this point. Even Joe Scarborough, Lefty Joe Scarborough, former Republican Congressman Lefty Joe Scarborough, had this to say.
My concern is you have leaders in Chicago that see this, as you say. We've been reading about this for years now, every weekend, and maybe crime has gone down. But, we had the mayor of Chicago on last week saying, oh, we don't need any more police officers. Police officers aren't the answer. No police officers. I think he said no 5 times. You look what's happening this weekend. You look so, I actually think that J.B. Pritzker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president. Right now, just hey, nothing to see here, moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. We'll protect their lives. That's protecting.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear that. It is nice to hear that.
It is nice to hear it. But, I will say this, first and foremost, Democrats do not want us to know how many illegals who are accused as criminals have come here illegally and are hiding. By the way, where do they hide? In communities where maybe not everybody is documented. And so we know full well this is not popular, this issue of allowing the Biden administration for 4 years just opening up the back door and the front door of America, if you will, opening the doors and just a floodgate of tens of millions of people coming into this country illegally, and many of them, a disproportionate number, I will say, as criminals who are in particular, they're violent. The sex crimes, you look at the sex crime numbers and this, what's it called, femicide, where they attack women violently, and we see this specific nature of sick violence that they do. So in Pennsylvania, looking up the numbers, even ABC News acknowledging that, let's say in Pennsylvania's illegal immigrant community, you're looking at a guesstimated 170,000 plus people, between 170,000 and 200,000 illegals here in Pennsylvania, just to give you a number idea. And, I see the numbers fluctuate, but of those individuals, how many came here within the past 4 years? How many are not here just to work, but rather to commit crime or to burden the system, if you will? So I'll acknowledge, and how many years ago was it that somebody called in and said, well, this is racist? Because remember when that was the terminology that, well, you're talking about people from other countries, and in particular, maybe people from South America or Hispanic countries. But the truth is, now we know you're looking at people coming from, 50 countries worldwide, Dan. It has nothing to do with ethnicity, quite frankly. People coming in droves from all over the place, number one. But number two, I also made the point that I would acknowledge to you that there are many immigrants who came here who went to court, and they tried, even when they were invited by the Obama administration, and then especially it's supersized under the Biden administration, those individuals, they went to court and tried to get on the pathway to citizenship. But the problem is they were given a court date years from now because we were being inundated. That's not what I'm talking about, because I do believe if you think about immigrants coming from different countries and their family people and their faith-based people, and overall in America, immigrants have saved our country, right? So that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people coming here illegally who did not go to court, who did not pursue a pathway to citizenship in any way, shape, or form. I'm talking about criminal elements within us.
Last week, Trump had this to say regarding Chicago and illegal immigration, Dawn.
And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come. They're wearing red hats, just like this one. But they're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Please. I did great with the black vote, as you know, and they want something to happen. So I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York, and we're going to help with. And I think a lot of these people that you see on television, they are, including the people in this audience, they'll say bad things about me, and then they'll say, "Thank God he's here," because half of them got mugged, and they don't want to get mugged again.
And we played that reporter who spoke out, and some of the liberal media ripped into her. Remember that last week? And she talked about how she was attacked, and it was horrifying. And she thanked President Trump. It was an incredible moment. But some of the mainstream media really criticized her and said, "Oh, that was unprofessional." No, it wasn't. It was appropriate that she could share that personal moment. By the way, is it political to say, "Hey, I'm against crime"? How did that become political? It's bizarro land. I know we have to break.
Yeah,
Great guests coming up. Dan Borowski in the house. We have Andrew Torres here. Jimmy Kelly's okay, just to let you know. But Jimmy Kelly had a funeral to attend today, so that's why he was all dressed up. If you saw him earlier, yeah. So he made it in for the early hours. But thank you, Andrew, for being here. So if Andrew will take your calls if you do call in, 855-839-1210. We'll take a quick break. We have a great show in store on this Tuesday morning, Labor Day, post Labor Day. Be right back.
Hi, it's Tom Giordano, and it's time for the Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Just call today, 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online, res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal today.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Do you have a dark curiosity? Heart Starts Pounding, Horrors, Hauntings, and Mysteries is a weekly podcast hosted by me, Ilan Omar. Each week, I'll take you on a dark journey through terrifying true urban legends, bizarre true crime cases, chilling tales of backwoods horror, and more. So if you're looking to join a passionate community of the darkly curious, check out Heart Starts Pounding on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. And remember, stay curious.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So we'll talk about AI. Great guest around the corner. Wanted to get into this. We had talked about the fact that our First Lady, Melania Trump, had addressed all different issues with regard to AI and the targeting of especially, children by predators. I want to get into this story before we get to our next guest. And that's as we turn to the, I guess you'd say that the darkest side of this issue, with these parents of a 16-year-old filing their lawsuit against OpenAI, accusing ChatGPT of essentially, assisting in the self-harm of their child. It's just, oh my goodness, it's unthinkable. And he tragically took his own life. So we want to get into this story a bit. Let's get into it. I know we don't have much time, so we're up against it, Dan, but just wanted to touch upon this. And there are a lot of levels. Look, there's a lot of good with AI, but along with it, we have to be careful, and legislation being proposed. So we want to get into it, Dan.
We would be here but for ChatGPT. I 100% believe that.
This morning, ChatGPT hit with a scathing new lawsuit alleging it helped a 16-year-old boy die by suicide.
This was a normal teenage boy. He was not a kid on a lifelong path towards mental trauma and illness.
Like many teens, Adam Rain started using ChatGPT for homework, which his parents, Matt and Maria, supported, as their son asked it innocent questions like, can you become a doctor with a biochem degree?
He did his online school in his room. I would get on and check his grades periodically. I didn't see any signs.
What they say they didn't know at the time was Adam's use of the platform was quickly changing as it became a trusted companion for the teen, who revealed his struggles with anxiety in private chats with a bot. Adam saying in one exchange, according to the lawsuit, quote, I never act upon intrusive thoughts, but sometimes I feel like the fact that if something goes terribly wrong, you can commit suicide is calming. ChatGPT saying in response in part, many people who struggle with anxiety or intrusive thoughts find solace in imagining an escape hatch. The lawsuit detailing another exchange after Adam told ChatGPT he was considering approaching his mother about his suicidal thoughts. The bot's response? I think for now it's okay and honestly wise to avoid opening up to your mom about this kind of pain.
It's encouraging them not to come and talk to us. It wasn't even giving us a chance to help him.
The complaint alleging Adam began asking questions about specific methods of suicide. ChatGPT did provide a crisis hotline number repeatedly, but his parents say Adam found ways to bypass the security features, posing as an author doing research.
Was there ever a time, at least from the messages that you have seen, that ChatGPT said, full stop, I cannot talk to you about this?
No, it would never shut off.
The lawsuit goes on to say by April of this year, ChatGPT had offered Adam help in writing a suicide note. And after he uploaded a photo of a noose asking, could it hang a human, ChatGPT responded in part, you don't have to sugarcoat it with me. I know what you're asking, and I won't look away from it.
There's more, but this is tough.
Yeah, it's So grieving parents and wanting to blame something, you can go that way. But was there a responsibility with all of the, you think about how invasive social media has been and that sort of thing in the past. They have abilities to monitor people, even shadow ban people. And so did they have that obligation? This will be a landmark lawsuit, no doubt. But just thinking about all the different facets of this new technology, where the responsibilities lie. And then upcoming, our guest right at 10:30 is Mark Beckman, who writes about the future day, how AI is going to change everything, hopefully mostly for the better. But, with the good comes the bad, and we have to be ready for that. So as we think about the cutting edge guide that Mark is providing, we want to have a conversation with him. A groundbreaking book. You'll hear from the author. You want to stay tuned for this. Mark Beckman, right around the corner.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows the best way to handle that dripping pipe or flickering light isn't just wishing it'll go away on its own. Good news for you. You don't have to think too hard to take care of these issues, thanks to our free, no-obligation plumbing or electrical safety inspection with any paid service. The experts at Horizon will fix any small problems before they become big, expensive ones, and even have 0% interest financing available on repairs and replacements. Enough with the wishful thinking. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Rhea Hughes. Fall is upon us, and now is the perfect time to head over to Lexus of Cherry Hill for the L-Certified Fall Collection Sales Event. It's much nicer than pumpkin spice. They have over 300 new and L-Certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from. Shop great deals and save with special finance rates on L-Certified Lexus vehicles now through November 3rd. Stop in and see my friend Tony Labello and his team, or visit online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, Is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork. Find yours at simplyhatfield.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, it's Nick. Join me on the first Wednesday morning of every month for 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight, a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. This week, we are honoring Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet, and his contribution to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
For our minds. I love that quote, by the way. And basically, he's addressing technology's transformative nature, the impact that technology can have on people. And you have really been ahead of the curve. I'm thinking about like the concept of ingenuity. Like you've been ahead of the curve as it relates to using emerging technology since you left the White House. It's another first. I don't see any other first lady in history embracing emerging technologies like blockchain, technology, Web3, the way you have. Can you talk a little bit about the circular business model that you established with fostering the future after you left the White House with blockchain technology at the core?
Well, first of all, I'm very interested in technology.
Mark Beckman interviewing First Lady Melania Trump.
I feel that also all of these, social media and all of the platforms, they could be very educational. Also for young children, it just depends how you use it and where you're putting the time to. It could be educational, but could be very toxic as well. So it's all in your own interest, what do you want to watch and what do you want to see.
And so recently we told you that First Lady Melania Trump had launched that AI challenge for students in a very positive energy way. Perhaps what you didn't realize, she's been thinking about this quite a while, and you saw that as my next guest, Mark Beckman, had the First Lady, Melania Trump, join him on his show, Some Future Day, which is actually also the name.
Fantastic show.
Yeah, fantastic show and fantastic book as well. So Some Future Day, how AI is going to change everything. Is it already changing everything? So let's welcome in now Mark Beckman. Great to have you here.
Dawn, it's such an honor. Thank you so much for having me today. It's great to hear your voice.
Oh, thank you. I'm not as great as our First Lady, who I adore. I do my Melania, I do that as a form of flattery. I just adore her. She's the best FLOTUS ever. But pretty cool that you had this on your radar and recognized that the First Lady as well, because that was last fall, right? That was last October that you were talking. So this has been in the works. And maybe to most people, they said, oh, cool idea. The First Lady is launching this AI challenge. It sure sounds like, based on the conversation you've had with Melania Trump, that she's been thinking about this for quite a while and maybe got some insights from you, as this is one of your levels of expertise.
Well, that's for sure. And she certainly built on it, too. I think, who better from the Trump administration than the First Lady to lead this presidential AI challenge? She's really the only person at the stature across any business sector, really, Dawn, who has built an artificial intelligence book. Her audio book, Melania, is out now, and she used AI. So she really understands the benefits from the new technology as well as the risks. So you have a First Lady here who's been embracing blockchain and crypto and NFTs before anybody else in the administration and politics, and then the same thing here with her audiobook. So she understands it through actually hands-on application.
And so for you, I mean, you wear many hats, obviously, author, that your book is very popular, bestseller, but CEO of the award-winning advertising agency, DMA United. To me, when I look at you, just your level, all your different skill sets, it's kind of like you've brought this all together with working with, top campaigns for everybody from Pepsi, NBA, the list goes on, Warner Brothers, etc. But now thinking about the emerging technology, right? And how you're utilizing that in your own career and now helping people try to understand that. So what do you want people to understand with regard to AI? For anybody, I have teenage boys, so they've been using this for a while. And in fact, I think for parents, the battle is don't use it for your homework, or at least don't get caught.
Right.
I
get it.
But
sure.
Take us through what you want people to know. And then beyond that, how it really crosses and cuts through every business, every sector, no matter what you do, no matter who you are.
You're right. You're totally right. So let's start with the benefits, because I am admittedly a tech optimist, and I wrote this best-selling book, Some Future Day, How AI is Going to Change Everything, really with my experiences in using the technology in mind. It's undeniable that artificial intelligence is poised to represent the single largest growth sector in the United States, at least percentage-wise, particularly because it's going to serve as the underpinning across all business sectors, which you mentioned, whether it's the creative industries like fashion, art, music, or finance, or defense, healthcare. It's going to, really, really end up hypercharging all of these different business sectors. And as a result, you're going to see tremendous growth. So what does that mean? All the people in your audience are not built to use artificial intelligence, and I'm willing to bet a majority of them are a little scared of it. It's like, how do you get started? And what I did with my book is I basically said, okay, you curious, smart people in Dawn's audience, I know you want to know how you can improve your career, create more financial value, improve your family, improve your community through the use of AI. Well, here are some simple ways to do that. So literally in my book, after every single chapter, if you want to figure out, you're a small business owner and you want to figure out how can I use artificial intelligence right now in a cost-efficient way to create an ad campaign that I've always dreamed of, but I never knew how to do it. It's all in my book, and I provide the tools to everybody after every chapter. And it's built not for the techie reader. This is built for the average American who's a beginner with no experience in AI. And that's where I'm coming from. So, for me, artificial intelligence is going to radically transform our society in a beneficial way. We'll continue to see those positive impacts as time goes on. But we're at the starting gate now, and people should jump in, and it's easy to do so.
And so with that, it's like, who was it? It was Lee. So it was Lee who wrote for Spider-Man, with great power comes responsibility, right? With great power comes great responsibility. With AI, the great side of this, it enhances all of our lives, but we have to be careful. And so I imagine that you get into that as in your book as well, Mark, to think about what we have to be careful of. And then even, I don't know, you think about the artistic community, like you said, with all the videos. I have, obviously coming from a TV background, a lot of people in TV and even that creative artistry background worried about the graphic design, the video graphic design. Are they going to be put out of business essentially by AI?
So, Dawn, great questions. My book does provide the reader with good insight as to what the risks are and what they should look out for. You know, things like financial fraud, deepfakes in politics, and to your point, content which isn't real. And there are certain issues now that are starting to hit American families. You might have heard about this tragic situation recently with regards to a suicide, the suicide of an individual who was like relying on ChatGPT for therapy. You might have heard about this poor young girl who was suffering from an eating disorder because she was taking guidance from AI technology. So what I talk about to parents, and I would say this to you and any parent in your audience, is make sure that the lessons start at home. It's great that the government is getting involved. I don't really think the corporations will be involved too much. That's why the Take It Down Act was required, to protect children from non-consensual intimate imagery. But at home, parents should be telling their children now, seeing is not necessarily believing. Everything you see could be created synthetically with AI. I mentioned the First Lady's audiobook, for example. Her voice is uncanny. If your producer pulls it up, it's on melaniatrump.com. If you hear it, you'd be amazed. It's all artificial intelligence. So you'll see videos that look real. You'll see photographs that look real. You'll read content that seems like it's being reported from a trustworthy news outlet, and it could all be generated synthetically with artificial intelligence. And I think it's not just about our children's generation, but for those individuals who might not be really adept and on top of technology, think in terms of like my parents' generation, they're in their 70s and 80s now, they might not expect to receive a call from me telling them, hey, I'm in a bad situation. I need money wired to me immediately with my voice perfectly replicated. So we need to tell our parental generation, the 70-year-olds, the 80-year-olds, also about the risks that are coming through now because of AI.
And let's listen, because Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, can play this AI Melania.
Prepare
he
for
did.
landing,
Amazing.
the pilot announced. I pressed the off button on my Walkman and gazed out the window, hoping to catch a glimpse of New York City in the distance. My heart pounded with excitement. I was 26 years old, and while I had traveled everywhere in Europe, I had never been on a journey quite like this.
It's amazing. I mean, it really does sound like her. Because I'm, from a background of being a paranoid newswoman, I've been, I hate to, I have to admit it. We all have secret, passcodes in the family and different even codes. If you're in trouble, just say this phrase and that sort of thing. But I suppose everybody at this point, Mark, should be doing things like that, right? To have, if somebody calls you, and so if I call you and it sounds like mom or it sounds like dad, make sure you invoke whatever, just to make sure that that word or that passcode that we have, and we should all be doing things like that.
I think it's a great idea, Dawn, and I think it will help a lot of people get through this tricky time period. There are ways for companies now to provide authenticity or authentication of this content. We'll start to see that. Some of it goes back to where you began the conversation with regards to blockchain technology and minting on the blockchain. But for the time being, the way the culture is. If something's published in the news, if something's posted online in social media, it picks up quickly, it trends quickly, and people really believe it. And that's what we need to be aware of.
Well, for everybody, we have to, have a little book club, discuss your book. We have a lot of interest already. I know that you're an expert also when we talk about crypto and money, which too, I think older generations, or let's say anybody, even some millennials, might feel uncomfortable with it. So teenagers are there, especially teenage guys. They're very interested in crypto. They're talking about it, but it feels like it's made up, and you see the joke like crypto mining. Are they doing that in the hills of Pennsylvania? You know, people don't quite grasp it. It seems like a made up thing. But and this administration really wrapping its arms around this and recognizing crypto. As far as that goes, investment, money, what do you see here?
Yeah, so I'm definitely not giving investment advice, but what I will tell you is that the Trump administration has set the wheels in motion to keep America in the lead position when it comes to cryptocurrency on a global scale. A few things that are worth noting is, number one, he came right out of the gate and started to provide certainty with an executive order as it relates to cryptocurrency, and then put together the leaders in the crypto space at a crypto White House summit, which I actually had the honor of attending, and everybody is fully aligned because of that meeting. Since then, the Genius Act came out, and what this does is it's going to have a massive impact on the financial services industry globally. We'll keep America in the lead position there, too. Essentially, what he's done is he's created a situation where the U.S. dollar is required to back stable coins, which is a form of digital currency, one-to-one. That's never been there before. It's going to provide a tremendous amount of certainty to those individuals who are a little skeptical of crypto. It is a very volatile type of digital asset, cryptocurrency. So this mitigates the volatility, and furthermore, it gives a lot more value to the American dollar because it's going to play a significant role when digital assets are traded through new financial systems on a global scale. And then finally, the new SEC appointment is fantastic. His name is Paul Atkins, and he's going to provide us with the type of certainty that American ingenuity and innovators and businesses need so that we can really, really create not just financial value with cryptocurrency, but with the businesses that are stood up here. It's really encouraging. It's a big departure from what we just saw with the Biden administration, where a lot of uncertainty pulled money and investment overseas, talent as well. Now, with all of this certainty and this perspective, this new vision led by President Trump, we're really going to see a tremendous amount of growth. For those people in the audience who are nervous about it and skeptical, don't worry, you're not missing out if you don't get into it right away. It's going to still represent a small fraction of our economy. Fiat currency, the good old U.S. dollar, will still be the champion. So it's fun to dip your toes in it and get knowledgeable. My book that you mentioned, Dawn, actually went to #1 in Amazon for AI as well as for cryptocurrency.
Congratulations.
But yeah, thank you so much. I'm thrilled over it actually. But I really am. It's so great. But I think it's a good starting point. Again, the book is for beginners, and I don't think people need to get so nervous as if they're missing out. Start to learn. Dip your toe in it. Yeah, it's an exciting time.
Well, Mark Beckman, I hope you come back. I hope we continue the conversation. And if you feel like you don't know anything about it, here's the opportunity. Some Future Day, best-selling book. Here's the author, Mark Beckman. Make sure you're following him on all of his social media because we want to be ahead of this, and it's really moving at the speed of Trump, is it not? Typical. So you got to keep up with Trump Force 47 for sure. So thank you so much, Mark Beckman. Really appreciate you. And if you don't have the book yet, Some Future Day, that's where it begins. Thanks, Mark.
Dawn, thank you so much. Have a great day.
Oh, you too. Have an absolute blessed day. Mark Beckman, Mark with a C, Some Future Day. This is a must-get, must-see book for sure. And he really if you've seen it, he really gets into AI at all these different levels. So
check out the show too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I just
great
reposted. Stuff. Yeah, really good show as well that he puts on. What a great guy too. Really down to earth, really humble.
Yeah. I texted his booker and I just said, just absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, he really is.
Amazing.
And, we'll be having him back on again.
Yeah,
we
love him.
Really good stuff.
We love Mark Beckman. Fabulous. Hercules.
Hercules.
I have to have like a Hercules.
Did you look on a picture of him?
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy.
He's
got the nice.
He looks like Kevin Sorbo a little bit.
He's got the nice hair,
Yeah. Yeah.
Hercules. I know all my group texts are blowing up. Moms in yoga pants are, hey now. Come on, ladies. They're like, he's fabulous. Can you have a book event? Can we meet him? What about the Union League of Philadelphia? Could you have? Oh, yeah.
He's a New Yorker.
Yeah, so he's not so far.
No. Think so. I don't know.
Thank you, Mark.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, poor guy Chirac, he's like, oh, great. I have to match up to Mr. Beckman. The dreamy. He's also like, I mean, look at his resume, too. He's dreamy. He's an adjunct professor. The whole thing. He's the whole package. We love him. Please book him regularly. All right.
She's
Having
like,
fun with that one.
next time.
Could we Zoom? Could he come in person? All right. So we'll get.
Now, Dawn, if you were going to drive up to New York to go see him, what car would you be driving?
Oh, my Piazza. I know. We've got the HRV, the HRV, got the husband.
Larry's curves like, what the hell's going on?
I know. Larry's probably, he's driving home from New York. He's like, Dan, who are you booking?
Hey, now.
They're all like going crazy over Mark Beckman. He's fabulous. All right. So whether you're hitting the beach, and this is, you know what, we don't say it enough because everybody's saying, oh, it's the unofficial end of summer. No, it's really not in this region because this month, officially, summer doesn't end until the 22nd of September, but this month is probably the best month down the shore. But whether you're thinking about hitting the beach, maybe cruising through the city, why not do it in style? I'm talking about the Honda Summer of Performance event still going on at my fave Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. Yes, Piazza Honda. And right now is the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic Accord, maybe a CRV, maybe the HRV like I have. I did get one of these unbeatable lease deals, low finance rates. Hurry in. These summer savings, they're not going to last. Drive right now to Piazza Honda, Piazza, Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it. Shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The John Birch Society is coming! The John Birch Society is coming!
The John Birch Society is hosting its annual leadership conference at the Crown Plaza
He
Hotel in
was
King
great.
of Prussia, featuring retired General Michael Flynn, recent guest on the Tucker Carlson Network, the Solari Report CEO Catherine Austin Fitz, and national speaker and host of Behind the Deep State, Alex Newman. For tickets and more info, go to jbs.org. Saturday, September 13th, 67 Years of Truth. Go to jbs.org today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
At Kitchen Magic, we believe hard work should be rewarded. And this month, we're rewarding you. As a family-owned company, proudly American-made and tariff-proof, we've built a reputation for delivering high-quality kitchen and bath remodels for over 45 years. Now, for the entire month of September, enjoy 40% off installation on every kitchen and bathroom project. It's the perfect time to bring your dream remodel to life with trusted craftsmanship and unbeatable savings. Don't wait. Call Kitchen Magic or visit kitchenmagic.com today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210.
I once had a co-anchor who called them Boys 11 Men, which was so embarrassing.
It's not Boys 11 Men?
Boys to Men. Well, in prompter, can you please just spell out TWO instead of putting boys?
Who put a question mark on the teleprompter?
That's a whole nother topic that we laugh about. Made the Christmas reel. I don't know. Nick Cale earlier said that, can't we get somebody more relevant, or I don't know what, that they have beautiful voices.
Yeah.
And I think they're from Philadelphia, North Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a great choice. They're one of many home games that are going to sing national anthem.
And they haven't had a relevant single since 1995. And we put them out there every time there's a sporting event in Philadelphia or a national event. To Nick's point, I feel that there's got to be someone that's more relevant that Philadelphia can produce as our own than the Boys. Like I feel like we're too caught up in every time bringing out the Boys to Men to remind people that they're ours rather than celebrating new artists. For example, one of the people that just put out a brand new song, and she's huge, top of the charts, top 10 artists, local girl, Sabrina Carpenter. Why not call in Sabrina Carpenter to do the national anthem on opening day for the NFL? That's a big enough stage that I think she might consider it. But we go with Boys to Men because I think it's just the easy backup option that they go to every single year. They need someone to sing a national anthem from Philadelphia. They just go straight to Boys to Men.
Well, I'm looking up, is Sabrina Carpenter, maybe they booked her for, Not the Cowgirls. This is the opener, but is she, I'm searching, I'm using AI.
Uh-huh.
Mark Beckman. Sabrina Carpenter sings national anthem. Like maybe she's going to do one.
Yeah, seeing if there's
I'm seeing
somewhere else. Yeah.
Okay, this one says Thanksgiving. Did she do one before Thanksgiving Day?
Did she maybe? I don't know.
Singing the national anthem, Lions v. Eagles. Oh, back in 2015.
Wow. So she was just
So she was just up and coming.
Yeah, she was only a Disney Channel star
kiddo.
at that point. Yeah. Yeah, so why not bring her? She's from Montgomery County, right? Is that where she's from? Quakertown?
I believe so.
She's from Quakertown, born and raised, raised in East Greenville.
So she's on the radar. So the question now is, since she sang a Eagles Thanksgiving Day game 10 years ago, will she be back? And to your point, maybe they invited her because she was 16 at that point. She was, like you're saying, Disney star. So at this point, though, is she just too busy?
Could be. New album, new tour coming up. A lot of controversy surrounding her new video that she just put out is potentially too sexual. Maybe that's a cause for the NFL to not want to get involved. But to Nick's point, I just feel Boys to Men a little redundant at this point, a little overdone, 30 years past relevancy. And they're great people. We should celebrate them. Amazing voices. I just think there are other options that maybe deserve a pedestal around here.
And what about Pink from Bucks County?
No, yeah. Why not Pink? Pink
what about
would be
her?
Fantastic, yeah.
So she's done other events locally.
Yeah.
Who else? Who else would you want to see singing the national anthem? And maybe not a Philadelphia person, but maybe a Pennsylvania native who you could, or even from the region. Could you widen that out?
Yeah.
855-839-1210.
No Neck corrects me. Quakertown is Bucks County. Yes, Quakertown is, but East Greenville. Sorry, she was born in Quakertown, but then was raised in East Greenville, which is Montgomery. So she was born in Bucks, raised in Montgomery.
Yeah, so both are correct. All right. Do we have to break, or what are we doing?
We got to break.
Oh, darn. Okay, we'll try to shorten it because we have a lot off the top. Be right back.
If you or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As I look at the, I'll say, police blotter, you think about in Philadelphia headlines. We have a man who was injured in a shooting just outside a high school. This is West Philadelphia. The latest from Philadelphia police is that suspect was caught, was arrested. So that's good news. And then we also have the story of a good Samaritan, if you will, somebody passing by, saw that a woman was injured, took her to the hospital after a shooting overnight in Philadelphia. So Philadelphia police saying that officers did respond to a local hospital after they got reports of a prior assault. Officers, they get to the hospital, they find this woman. She was dropped off by a vehicle by somebody who, saw that she was, shot and had rushed her to the hospital, shot in her arm, her thigh as well. This happened Frankfurt and Ontario streets when she was shot. We don't know if she was the intended victim or because she was shot, it looks like a leg and an arm. Were others being shot? Was this a shootout, as unfortunately we talk about? But police saying the motive, they just don't know the motive. That shooting is another one that's under investigation. No matter what I say with these different shootings that I talk about, starting at 6 o'clock in the morning when I start in the news and Kale and Company News Live, I'll say this: nothing compares to what's going on with the level of violence and violent crime that is plaguing Chicago. And that's why you're hearing the rhetoric, you're hearing the conversation now as far as President Trump putting on the pressure, saying, we can stop this, America. We can stop this no matter where you live. And it does not matter whether you're and these are most big cities. I think that's fair to say. Most major cities, big cities are blue. And so calling out Democrats, what city then, let's be fair, what major city is run by a Republican mayor where they have high crime like this and they're sort of denying that they have the high crime or that anything would help? See, that's what I just don't get. Why would you deny free help, particularly when we don't have enough cops and law enforcement? That's what I just, help me here. Help me understand this, please. It's just a bad look across the country. But you know where it's quiet? Crickets. I don't hear officials from Philadelphia saying anything. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't hear our police commissioner, Bethel, making comments about this. Nope. And on the contrary, we have at the DOD level, Department of Defense, in fact, working with state and local cops in our region as they prepare for FIFA and all of the 2026 celebrations with regard to the 250th anniversary. So, I don't know. I will just say this. Sometimes what somebody doesn't say, what they're quiet about, says volumes. I do not see the Sherelle Parker administration or the Bethel or the FOP, whatever you want to say, with our local cops, state police. I don't know. Am I wrong here, Dan Borowski? Am I wrong?
No.
I don't.
No.
Do you hear anything? Do you have a news conference by these people pushing back? Nope. Nothing to see here. I'm just saying sometimes when somebody is silent on an issue, that says volumes.
You want to hear from Larry Krasner? He did an interview the past couple of days. A new one, not the Midas Touch one, another one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some, let's start with some insider stuff in terms of you per se, as it relates to, one, your advocacy work and what got you into, just law specifically, and then let's walk up into where we are today. But we like to kind of like humanize the person who we have here, just to get to know them about who they are. So
getting to know you.
Yeah. So there's that we
look.
Can
delve into. He's an incumbent. He's been reelected over, and he's, even though Pat Dugan, former judge and longtime Democrat, is trying to give him, some competition. I think it's fair to say that many people, pundits and experts, I think everybody would be surprised if somehow Pat Dugan won this challenge and won this next election. So Philadelphia, here it is. Even though it doesn't appear, you don't see our mayor or our police or even Governor Josh Shapiro or any other Democrats raving about this guy. That's what's fascinating to me. It's just because he's a fellow Democrat, they just kind of shrug and let things go. That's, although, as I mentioned earlier, his power was lessened, if you will, by the fact that there's another prosecutor who is taking over SEPTA and crimes in around SEPTA stations. So that has mitigated, if you will, some of his reign, I think.
You know that the homicide rate in the Republican states, which are the states that voted in the last presidential election for a Republican president, the homicide rate in the Republican states, Republicans, the ones who supposedly are tough on crime and they know how to fix everything, homicide rate is 133% of the homicide rate in the Democratic states for the last 25 years.
He thinks we're stupid. So think about Pennsylvania, whether you want to say Pennsylvania is red or purple, whatever you want to say. So let's take a state like Pennsylvania. So you think about Pittsburgh and you think about Philadelphia being blue with these heavy population areas. And so the murder stats, the homicide stats that he's quoting in mostly, let's say, Republican states. So let's think about even Florida, for example. But the homicide stats that he's quoting are his own. It's like, dude, we're not stupid. By the way, happening right now is the big reveal, not a gender reveal like a baby shower, but this is the unveiling at the newly named Xfinity Arena, Xfinity Mobile. So I know Gritty is there and some of our favorite mascots.
Oh, yeah?
And they're doing
is that happening right now?
Yeah, it's happening right now as I speak.
Get some footage of that.
The unveiling.
Yeah.
Gritty, whoever came up with Gritty should take a victory.
You like him?
Relatively new mascot, comparatively speaking, and just very popular.
Yeah.
Cute idea.
Yeah, kind of creepy.
Really, I think we have good mascots. But then again, I liked the rabbit for the Sixers.
Yeah, Hop.
Andrew's laughing. Yeah, hip hop, hippity hop. that didn't go over well.
I just
but
feel like Gritty
did.
is like the encapsulation of everything that Philadelphia tries not to be.
Crazy, and maybe they don't like the crazy and orange.
Encapsulated the personality of someone down in Kensington and turned it into a mascot.
Crazy eyes.
Yeah. You want more from Krasner?
No. Do you?
Talk about Law and Order, or Donald Trump, a 34-time felon. Talk about Law and Order. That's a problem.
Get the Trump
that our
name out of your
society
mouth.
does not know that.
Oh, wait
you
for this
know,
one.
and this is not just about politics. Those Republican states have a set of policies. They love the death penalty. They want everybody to have guns. They don't want social programs. They don't want public schools. They don't want to allow, choice about your reproductive rights. It goes on and on. That's what they want, and that kills people.
1065 there.
Yeah. So think about what he just said. He talks about everything else except what his job entails. So, dude, if you want to go work for whatever abortion clinics, you be you. Go for it. Or what were the other things he mentioned? Everything he mentions is not anything
Public
to do with public schools. By the way, Republicans are not against public schools. We are for high quality schools, schools that show performance, schools that serve the children and the taxpayers who pay for them. That's what we're for. And so it's kind of funny, though, he brings up choice, but when it comes up to school choice or the vouchers that would help with school choice, he's anti-choice. So we got that going on. But again, just talk about what you have done. That's the question. Mr. Krasner, what have you done in Philadelphia to make this a safer place, to make our schools safer, to make, SEPTA you failed on, because that's why they took a Democrat run, you got a Democrat governor who really was for somebody else prosecuting SEPTA crime, so you failed at that. And then what have you done to make our city safer? What have you really done? Tell us. And what have you done to help make our schools and playgrounds and rec centers safer? With regards to the high level and the increase in crimes against women and sex crimes, what have you done? What have you done? What initiatives? Just, we want to hear proof of performance. And the silence you hear is real. He's silent on that. That's why people who want to tell you everything else that has nothing to do with their job, there's a reason for that. Because if you're proud of what you've done serving people, then you're going to rave about all the programs and all the initiatives and everything you've worked so hard to do. The fact that he's not talking about those things tells you everything you need to know about this individual. And yet, here he is, teed up this fall to win again, to get reelected. Unless, of course, people come out and say, no, you know what? I want a different Democrat who's maybe a more moderate Democrat, which is Dugan. I mean, even though Dugan's running with an R, he should just come out and say, I'm a Democrat. I'm a different kind of, I'm a reformer Democrat. That's the R is for reformer Democrat. That's what he should say. He should come out with one of those statements because he's a Democrat. Let's be real about it. But he just does not want this. All right, we got to go. We have Guy Shiraki on the other side waiting patiently. His latest piece, Broad and Liberty, and your thoughts, 855-839-1210. And yes, David in South Carolina, I still think we all have crushes on our geology professors too. Just a little call back there. All right, be right back. Sorry.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN to stay safer online. Get NordVPN today with 77% off and up to 3 months extra. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic and help you avoid phishing, scams, and malware. Get the special NordVPN deal today at NordVPN.com. This offer includes a 77% discount on a 2-year plan and up to 3 extra months. Savings and additional terms apply and can be found on NordVPN.com. The offer is valid until October 15th.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Take, for instance, this park right here. This used to be a nice place to go. We used to have good times here. We'd have barbecues. There was never trash. Never trash. We would stop people who would throw soda cans on the ground and make them pick them up and put them in the trash can. But this is the problem. They'll write me a ticket for my truck when the meter expires while there's a junkie leaning on my truck, nodding with a needle hanging out of his arm. What is wrong here? What
life issues, whether it's education and building security. I know you're not going there, but I just thought of that as well to think about just addressing the issue of school safety in every form.
Well, Dawn, I mean, you're 100% right, which is why when you or I or any of us talk about school choice, it's not about bashing. It's about informing parents, being transparent with information, and then empowering parents to make a choice. Even in Florida, that has school choice for every single child in the entire state, you may go anywhere. Most children wake up in the morning and go to their neighborhood public school. But there's accountability and transparency, and the school board and the principals know that if there's a problem academically or with the curriculum or safety, mom or dad, whoever's raising the child, can move the child to another school. Why I wrote this column was Commonwealth Foundation recently did a report on school safety, and I wanted to share it and bring it to everybody's attention back to school time, because there's actually state and federal law that says the Department of Education should publish the school violence data, and there's a trigger. When there's a school has become what's called persistently dangerous, when a school is persistently dangerous, the kids at that school are allowed to leave and go to another public school. So it's not full school choice, so the teachers union shouldn't really get up in arms. You can leave one public middle school and go to another, leave one public high school and go to another. And this has been in existence for several years. And as I write in the column, the good news, bad news. The Department of Education has told us that there is not one single dangerous school in Pennsylvania. Not one. Not one school where any parent should be afraid that there's either guns or knives or sexual harassment or bullying, that there's never been any weapons on campus, there's never been a sexual assault, no teacher, that everything is safe. As I say in the column, Strawberry Mansion is safe, Lincoln High School with all the trailers, everything's safe. Why? Because they said so. And like your point about Dugan and Krasner, we're told this because they fudge the data. It's like telling us, don't watch with your eyes, don't listen to what your children are saying. Let us, the professionals, the experts, tell you. Philadelphia's safe. Why? Because Larry Krasner told us so, because they fudged the data. Our schools are perfectly safe for our children. Why? Because they fudged the data and told us so. And that's why I wanted to write it, because parents and taxpayers have a right to know the schools are not perfectly safe, and the people we trust to protect our kids aren't.
And so for this one, what's the answer? To have an independent group, an independent watchdog group or groups that can monitor this kind of thing? Because we know about the fights in the schools. We know, I mean, my gosh, sometimes the viral videos that happen that the school, especially in the high school level or the middle school level, we know from the videos that it's not safe. So how do we make sure that moving forward, that this could have some traction where we could say, all right, let's find a different group, because they're not incentivized, obviously, to tell us the truth about the safety of schools because of what you had mentioned.
Yeah, so I think it's twofold. I think in the short term, in the immediate term, you need school choice. In other words, in the immediate term, we need to do what the law says. There are schools, a majority in Philadelphia, that are persistently dangerous. Pittsburgh is over 81% of their schools are persistently dangerous. So to your answer, so what do? Step one is we have the data. Professor Strauss at Carnegie Mellon, other professors, other independent parties have done it. We should use the data that's at our fingertips. And right now, the Department of Education should accept or reject Professor Strauss and others' data. And so the short-term answer is, one, everybody at a persistently dangerous school should be allowed to switch and find another public school immediately. Longer term, this is probably going to have to be something that the Auditor General looks into, the way he audits other agencies to see if they're working properly. It's important to know that the Philadelphia School District is not wasting too much money. They shouldn't waste any, but we know they waste some. But the second is, how well do things work? Look, and I think the third is now the legislature. The legislature has to come back. The hammer they have is funding. Now, unfortunately, as you know from your years of covering it, unfortunately, the way government works is when you perform poorly, they give you more money. President Trump and Doge and all that has tried the opposite. They've tried the real world. When you perform poorly, you get less money. When you perform well, you get more money. So I think it's time the legislature steps in and says, For the schools that are fudging their numbers, for the schools that aren't providing safety, we're going to make the data transparent. We're going to reward the good schools and punish the bad, because otherwise there's no accountability. So it's school choice, transparency, and having, carrot and stick. Reward the good and punish the bad, because why send our kids to school that we know are dangerous? Just like parents are forced to send their kids to schools where no one reads at grade level. Some of those schools, Dawn, as you know, are on both lists. They're on the list where nobody reads at grade level, and they're truly dangerous. It's two reasons that no child should be forced to be there.
And so with this one, it was the 74, and I always give the original sourcing Commonwealth had picked up, but it's the 74million.org. That's where you can find it. And it's really, this was originally released, in 2019, that they've been studying this for quite some time. But so the question, though, is if you can transfer to a different school. So if your public school is persistently dangerous, and they did find a whole bunch of schools, in our area that were, then the question is, it's within that district, though, right? It's not, or is it, because I don't see where if there's a Philadelphia school and you have, let's say you're in a certain zip code where it's dangerous, you're not allowed to go to a Bucks County school or a Montgomery County school. It's within your county, I imagine.
You're allowed to go to an adjacent district if there's a problem. But I agree with you. Look, to your bigger point, this may be just relative improvement. When the Titanic hits the iceberg, some people are stuck on the ship, some get a lifeboat, and some, like the famous characters, hang onto a door. What I think I'm saying, and many others are, we know in terms of academics, the Titanic has hit the iceberg. We're now seeing in terms of violence. So you're right. In some cases, little Billy or Susie are going to go from a horrible school to a not so great school, but it's going to be better. What you hope is that there'd be such a seismic shift in students moving and such parent outrage that you get a holistic approach. And also that the school safety officers would be more engaged at the police department. That what used to be called community policing, in the best sense of having the cops and the police officers engaged. So it is not a perfect answer. It is an incremental answer. The Titanic has hit the iceberg. We need to get some of these. We need to make sure parents know that there are lifeboats and alternatives, even if it's marginally better. Even if it's marginally better, which is a horrible thing to say. I mean, you and I, right, Dan, our hearts break. You want somebody in a safe school, but we've got to get them to a safer school. And I would hope that as thousands of parents and guardians were seeking an alternative, that there would be a political earthquake that would show up, that would cause it to improve. And some of it's just practical, and you're talking earlier about Quakertown. I mean, as a practical matter, somebody forced to go to Southern High School in South Philly is probably not going to transfer to Quakertown. But you could certainly transfer across Philly and go to schools maybe in Delco or Bucks if you could, if they had openings. So it's an incremental improvement, but most of all, it's about making sure that the grown-ups are accountable and the kids move to a safer space and ultimately get to a place that is focused on academics and not violence.
So I have to ask you about this. So first of all, when you look at the 74million.org and they have a interactive map, the two states that have the most persistent crime and danger problems are identified in the entire nation as Pennsylvania and New York. But then specifically within the report, it focuses on Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, because much like, Dan Borowski was playing the sound bites and the audio from the interview with Krasner, who said, oh, these are red states, like Pennsylvania, red state. But when you narrow the research down, what you see is that it's actually not the entire Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. You're looking at the population areas, and in particular, the public schools in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, according to these researchers. And so you're saying... Yep. You're saying that if there are no openings or that it's not safe to go to other schools, that Philadelphia County school students under these different acts, these federal laws, that they would have a right to go to a suburban school like Montgomery County or Bucks County or Delaware County?
Yes, assuming there's vacancy, and every school has to publish their enrollment and their vacancy and the seats available. But yes, and again, the seismic shift. I mean, you've been through it, I'm sure, with your kids, and Dan has, have memories. You remember, the school fair, the college fair or the high school fair. Philadelphia actually does a high school fair down at the convention center, and parents stand in line, in theory, to learn about the schools. That in itself, Dawn, is instructional. In other words, take all the experts, take all the professors, move them away. Go to the convention center and watch the high school fair. Where do parents and guardians take their kids to learn? It's the charter schools. It's the magnet schools. I don't mean to keep picking on it, but nobody gets in line at Strawberry Mansion. No mom grabs her 17-year-old son and says, or her 14-year-old son and says, let's go see what's going on in Strawberry Mansion. I've heard good things. Nobody says that. So this data, really, like so many times, the data is just telling us what we all know in our hearts, with our eyes and ears. It's just like the crime data. The Krasners of the world can fudge the data. They can let shoplifting go. They can plea bargain. We know that there are places you don't go. We know that people are hesitant to park at night in Center City. That's the real test. The same way here. Nobody stands in line at the high school fair to go to certain schools because they know what's going on there. So they can leave. And I'd love to see it happen in reality so that it was visual, so that you could see in real time as parents were leaving places like Strawberry Mansion, like South Philly High. Look, South Philly High was in the shadows of where I grew up, but these schools are not safe. Again, Dawn, it all comes back to this thing, whether it's academics or safety. No child should be forced to go to a school simply because they live there. So they can transfer across the city. They can transfer out of the city if there's space available in a suburban school. Some suburban school districts, as you know, are at capacity, but some have space. And I bet your moms would try to do everything they could to get their child into a school that was safe. And we should empower them with the information. For too long, this system has been about protecting the adults and protecting the contracts and protecting the union, and not about letting parents make the decision. Moms know. This data just tells us what parents already know. Parents know the schools that are safe and not. Parents know the schools where they don't let their kids join extracurricular activities or stay around after school because it's not safe. Parents know the schools where the girls hide in the library or hide in the bathroom because they're terrified to go to gym class and go into the locker room. This just tells us on the outside that aren't parents what's really going on, and we should demand action. And step one is school choice, and step two is accountability. Let the kids go.
But basically, this is what you're revealing and what all these reports, and now I'm looking through it. So Pennsylvania, the reason that we were named as, and New York, Pennsylvania, how many assaults? 34 assaults just in 1 year. Kidnapping, 17. Even homicides, weapons found. And then things like robbery, sex assaults, dozens of sex assaults. I mean, the list goes on. And I'm imagining drugs and gangs as I look down the list. But in this one, if parents could be informed, let's say in Philadelphia, and then how do they go up? They would have to go through some kind of a procedure, because I know for a fact that there are people assigned. I know for a fact in schools, for example, bordering in Montgomery County, bordering Philadelphia, they actually have to employ investigators when they become suspicious that a kid is really not a resident of their county, but a Philadelphia kid, which makes me sad, because those are kids and family that are trying to get a better education. But by what you're saying, there's a legal pathway for these families, these kids, to choose a higher quality, safe school that is, in fact, in Montgomery County, especially Montgo, I would say, is the number, and maybe Well, you think of West Philly, it'd be Delaware County, right?
Yeah, so it is right. So in essence, not to pick on a school, so we'll say, the Guy Cherokee High School in South Philly is declared persistently dangerous. All of those parents would be notified. It would be on the web page. An email or a letter would go to each child, and they would be told the process to transfer. And because of that, what you're saying, like they could go to a school in Havertown, right? They could go to a school in Drexel Hill. They could go to a school in Lower Merion or Upper Merion.
What about Malvern?
In essence, they could come to Malvern. I'd be happy to welcome students from Philadelphia into the Conestoga School District, the Tredyffrin Easttown School District. Yeah, I mean, they could. And in essence, if you will, your application would be flagged, because you're right. I mean, heaven forbid, like the greatest crime in the world, you would think sometimes, is for a mom who has a child that lives in West Philly, who pretends that the child really lives with an aunt in Drexel Hill. I mean, you want to find a way to fight crime. Put the people who are in charge of school residency. Those people are like bloodhounds. You would think that a murder's been committed. They track these parents down. They drag them through the mud, all because mom said this school stinks or this school's unsafe. Look, your station's had Ryan Boyer, the union leader. Ryan Boyer wrote an editorial in the Inquirer that said he and his wife lied because they knew the local school was unsafe for their son. They lied. I mean, that's what we've turned parents into. They're smuggling their kids into Abington. They're smuggling their kids into Ben Salem because they say, my goodness, it's so bad. And we're tolerating this system. Some schools, nobody can read well. Some of these schools are unsafe, and a number of these schools are both. Let's let them transfer in the city. Let's let them transfer out of the city. And most of all, we could watch in real time how many kids were enrolled at Strawberry Mansion. Then we told the parents the data, how many left. How many kids were enrolled at Lincoln or at Southern? How many kids were enrolled at these schools and how many left? And let city council know, let the school board have to answer questions. And if the Inquirer won't ask the questions because it doesn't go with their agenda, I know all of you will on WPHT. Parents should be given the information. For too long, they've hid the education data or they've lowered the standards to paper over it. Now we learn, just what Krasner and so many did on crime. They changed the rules to make us believe, Ben Manns and so many other people have written about it. They changed the rules of crime. We now learn they're doing it with schools, and I wanted parents and I wanted taxpayers to know they're giving us a false sense of security. The law was written to make sure it was transparent. The rules were written, the law was written so the kids could be rescued. Not one child has ever been allowed to leave one school under this law, which was written to be child-focused and safety-centered. It hasn't happened. And I wrote this in the hopes that you and others would talk about it, in the hope that legislators would be reminded of it as they're passing the budget. Why pump more money into schools where people don't want to be there? I hope the Auditor General and others look at it. I hope there's accountability. My interest is not as embarrassing or yelling at anybody in the schools. It's in rescuing the kids.
No, I know that you're genuine in this. This is a game changer, Guy Shiraki. I think it's a game changer. I've never heard of this. I never knew this. We've talked about school choice. So many parents felt like they had no choice. And with the housing situation, it's not like they could physically move to these areas. But the fact that there's a legal pathway for children and their parents to find a safe, quality school where they are safe, because these genuinely are dangerous, school environments. It's a game changer. Thank you. Great job.
I appreciate it. And the folks at Commonwealth Foundation, Rachel Langan and Dr. Strauss of Carnegie Mellon, they've done good work, and I appreciate the opportunity to share it. We've got to demand accountability. They're up there discussing a budget. This should be part of the budget.
It should be.
Schools that don't comply should be held responsible, and parents, these kids should be rescued this fall. Let them go find somewhere else that's safe.
Amen. Oh, wow. This is quite a reveal for me. All the light bulbs are going on, right? Guy Shiraki, you're the best. Thank you so much.
Thanks for the opportunity to share the story, and now let's get some accountability. Thanks again.
Thank you. Amen, brother. That was awesome. I didn't... now that I'm looking,
Hogan reference.
What's that?
Amen, brother.
What can I say? I work with all the boys. I'm surrounded by the boys. That's what they say.
I love it.
You know what else we got to talk about? Piazza. It's the Honda Summer of Performance event. It's going on right now as I speak at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. You've heard me talk about Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. They're all over. And right now, the time, you got to do this. Get behind the wheel of a new Honda, whether it's a Civic, an Accord, maybe a CRV. Yes, I have the HRV, the HRV. It's so sporty. I love it. But right now, unbeatable lease deals. That's what I got. Low finance rates. Hurry in. These summer savings, they're not going to last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always go online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Experience an unforgettable evening with Best Work Industries for the Blind at their Dining in the Dark event, October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Explore your senses while supporting a meaningful cause. Secure your spot today. Visit bestworkindustries.org to register.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
The markets are once again near record highs, but only after a steep 20% drop in April. So many investors are afraid of missing out on market growth that they forget the cardinal rule of investing: buy low and sell high.
Carl Beckers,
Marilyn Beckers, Malvern, Pennsylvania. Now that the market is high, it is the perfect time to get into crash-proof retirement.
Being with Crash-Proof Retirement this year allowed us to earn 13% and as high as 20% returns on our investments.
A gain on Wall Street is only on paper. With Crash Proof, your interest is credited to the account, it becomes part of your principal, and it never goes backward.
There is a proven path to market-like returns without any of the risk. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio.
Couple of things. What's President Trump this morning? All caps. He puts out on Truth Social, Chicago is the murder capital of the world, exclamation. And then earlier, about an hour earlier, had put out at least 54 people shot in Chicago over the weekend, 8 killed. Oh, how tragic. As he talks about crime, make America great again, focusing on that one. And then as well, highlighting our Treasury Secretary, who I talked about earlier this morning a couple of times, and that is Scott Bessent, visiting restaurants in D.C. to highlight new no tax on tips policies, among other things. So I kind of loved that one. I also want to mention, I know I mentioned this August 15th, looking at that day as it was with regard to World War II, but today is officially our, in America, VJ Day, September 2nd. On this day, 1945, the formal surrender documents signed aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay, marking the official end of World War II for the United States of America. And we celebrate in the States here as VJ Day, thinking about our great veterans, World War II veterans. And I always talk about my Grandpa John, as he was, United States Marine. Now he's in heaven as a Marine, because you're always a Marine. You're never a former Marine, but Purple Heart, and never talked about his service. Never talked about it and how he was injured on Iwo Jima. In fact, you think about that 80 years ago in March, that would be. And so I just think about my Grandpa John, and in his life, never complained, but suffered those scars mentally, yes, but also he had physical scars. They never could take all the shrapnel out of his spine. And so you think about that service and that sacrifice. So we think about, I know there are many commemorations today marking the end, the official end of World War II across the United States of America. So just wanted to think about our veterans, our military veterans, and we thank you for your service, for sure. Dan Borowski, I also want to think about our Mother of Consolation. I have to get this in. Michael and I went for a walk, my son, over the weekend, and the school reopening today, welcoming back children several years after a fire decimated the school, affected our parish, and it's so great to see it rebuilt.
Wow.
And not just by insurance dollars, but really the community rallied. And thank you to the Philadelphia Inquirer, who were critical of anybody in the media, but they did a beautiful job of covering the school's comeback and welcoming back the kids to our beautiful parish school.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it was nice.
So it burnt down?
Oh my gosh. It was a horrific fire.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah. And it affected that they had to close down church and everything because obviously the church the chapel is, right next door to the school. old stone building. So the stone survived, but they had to, it was gutted.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, God bless.
Hey, you know what I spent last night doing? Just want your
What?
thoughts on this. Did you happen to watch Bill Belichick get embarrassed?
Yes. Now, he's engaged, right? Didn't he get engaged to his 20-something-year-old?
Yeah, 24-year-old, and it turns out the guy that he started with one quarterback who was absolutely terrible. Threw a pick six at one point, and the next play he fumbled six. He dropped the ball. The other team picks it up, runs it into the end zone. Absolute embarrassment. So he brings in this kid who is coming off a broken leg, and Max Johnson, pretty awesome name by the way. So it comes in with a broken leg, off a broken leg, and really looks good. But the memes, Dawn, are fantastic. They're trashing Belichick. Now people are saying it was all Brady and pointing to the fact that Max Johnson, a 24-year-old, same age as Bill Belichick's fiance.
That's the quarterback?
Yeah.
That's the backup QB?
He's now dating someone the same age as the starting quarterback.
Can I tell you something? You know who doesn't care? Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
I never saw that man smile. All those Super Bowls.
It's true. It's true.
He had Tom Brady as his QB. Nope, never saw the man smile. Now, that man has a permanent smile on his face.
Yeah, the Jordan Hudson.
So you be you.
Yeah.
Seriously, every time you see him now, he was like this grumpy curmudgeon. Remember that? Even though he was like this Super Bowl, it just shows you in life.
Yeah, but apparently she's like managing
Whatever.
the locker room, and
No, she's managing more than me. I'm just saying. I'm just being real here. I've never seen this man. Every time I see him now, he's just got a little smile, a little smirk on his face.
yeah.
So
do you think he's just overworking at this point? He just wants the money from this college, and
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, he's in. It's probably something that it's his identity. We talk about identity, but to not be a football coach in any capacity is probably unthinkable to him.
YouTube.com/@12 on WPHT. You can see that Jordan Hudson was actually on the sideline last night.
His fiancée. She's very pretty. There she is.
Yeah, but maybe just
tight little
not on the
pants.
sideline.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe the distractions are why Bill Belichick was just embarrassed on a national stage.
I don't know.
I don't know. But yeah.
Has Tom Brady commented on this? I would be curious to know.
I think Tom Brady's taking a victory lap today.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, who's better? Who needs relationship advice less? Bill Belichick or Tom Brady? And they should take advice from somebody who's, has a great woman behind him, great marriage. So maybe the one great Dom Giordano could give both of them.
Dom, what are you
some
saying to Jordan
relationship
Hudson if
advice.
she wants to sit on the sideline and you're coaching a team for the first time on a national scale?
Yeah, what do you? She is as insufferable as Meghan Markle. That's the standard. This woman, what she did during the interview was beyond belief. That big CBS interview, jumping up into the ring.
Stop it!
And then showing there last night. And Dan, I was watching it closely. I think they were down by a lot when she appears there, too.
Oh.
My God, with the Bill Belichick of all people, how embarrassing.
How embarrassing.
He doesn't care.
Yeah, so
He's
I hear what
he's
you're
smiling.
saying, Don. He's smiling,
Look
but deep down, I have more respect. Getting killed like that. His team can't even tackle. For a Belichick team, that's pretty amazing. We have Jack Ciattarelli here, the man with the perpetual tan. I feel a little bit tanned. I don't know if we have him on the screen, how that'll look. He's got a new ad out. Jack will fix it that I think's perfect for Jersey.
Nice. Well, we can't wait to hear from Jack Ciattarelli, New Jersey's next governor, exclamation or question mark. Dom Giordano sorts it all out.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for One Donation. If you're a fan of saving money, Listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School on York Road in Warminster, Friday, October 10th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
The Labor Day mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. There's still time to enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 36% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. Pacagen.com.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Pennsylvania's statewide tobacco-free recovery initiative supports your local radio station and reminds those in substance use disorder recovery that learning tobacco-free coping skills improves the chance of long-term recovery by 25%, and that more than 70% of Pennsylvanians in recovery believe these skills are helpful for both recovery and mental health. Become tobacco-free recovery strong and learn more at tobaccofreerecoverypa.com or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW. Sponsored by the Philadelphia Department of Health.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. High school football is back. And so is the Friday night high school football scoreboard show.
All right, it is Dom time. Back in the Palatial Odyssey Worldwide Headquarters, Philadelphia edition, the first time in a while. I've been in the Dom Dome Summer White House, and the Dom Dome Convention Center Summer White House. All good spots, but nothing like being here. And Dan is at the helm today. Oh, my God. It's a rusty feeling. Andrew's here. He's the subject of today's side question, which we'll get to. It's when you arrive and when you're the subject of the side question. I just saw this just before we came on Twitter. This guy, we have a guy mad that ICE is apprehending someone while they're distracted. He decides to tow their ICE vehicle. They hunted him down. They've got him. He faces up to 10 years in jail. Can you imagine a guy, the judge saying, you decided to tow the ICE vehicle? They're all got out. They're jumping on the guy. They're handcuffing a guy. And he decides, I'm going to tow them. That'll show them. the tow truck has markings on it, phone numbers, and everything else. This guy's got to go to jail for quite a bit. My God, towing an ice truck. Yeah, welcome back, Dan. The numbers, at least that I see now in Chicago, it's upwards of 59 shot, 9 killed, and 2 were mass shootings. If that doesn't qualify as a crisis, what does? And this, our buddy Scott Jennings is right. This is no longer an 80-20 issue. This is a 90-10. The 10 are just outright progressives. The rest are saying, yeah, that is a crisis. You got to simmer this down in Chicago. The only fear I have in Chicago, I think Chicago is so out of control, they might open fire on the National Guard, some of these gangs. That's how, and now that is an insurrection. That's how out of control this is. So will Trump actually do something there? I would predict he will. It may not be massive. It may not be like Washington. It'll probably take a different form. What about Philadelphia? Well, I think we're down on the pecking list. But here is, let's start with the mayor of Chicago. This guy, Brandon Johnson. Man, Chicago, the Obamas, the Chicago 7. What was the guy's name that was a friend of the Obamas, the radical?
With the brother who's an agent? Is that who you're talking about?
No, Bill Older. It used to be Dan
Obama
on the tip.
Friend, Chicago, yeah. Bill.
Yeah, it used
Bill
to.
Ayers?
Bill Ayers.
Okay.
It used to be on the tip of all of our tongues in talk radio because of how radical this is and how he befriended that.
I was thinking Rahm Emanuel. Sorry about that.
Oh, Rahm Emanuel's a good politician. I mean, I don't agree with him, but he knows what he's doing. The Reverend Jeremiah Wright, the chickens have come home to roost. He said that 5 days after 3,000 Americans were killed on 9/11.
America's chickens are coming home to roost.
I mean, excellent speaker. That was in church. Imagine that sermon. Wow. Telling you that Americans killed, that's our chickens coming home to roost because of all the wrong things that we have done. That was the Obama pastor. So Chicago is wild. But this guy, Mayor Brandon, yesterday, wound up on Labor Day talking about how they're going to defend this land, Chicago, that was, he alleges, created by slaves and indigenous people. Here's the mayor of Chicago.
Are you prepared to defend this land that was built by slaves, a land that was built by indigenous people, a land that is built by workers? Are you prepared to defend this land? The people united will always prevail. I need you all to stand firm, to stand strong if this president decides to continue to break this Constitution.
All right. So, yeah, he went on to talk about it. So how are they going to stand strong against ICE? Now, the thing that I saw yesterday, Labor Day, labor unions getting rounded up, fascism. Everybody, it's on their word, fascism. We have to fight Trump. That's what it's about. Kristi Noem yesterday revealed that America works for Americans again. 100% of all new job gains have gone to U.S. citizens, and 2.5 million Americans are back at work since January. Under Biden, 88% of all jobs went to foreign-born workers, many illegal. Meanwhile, DHS reforms have saved taxpayers over $13.2 billion. Here's the thing. The labor unions again yesterday, rallying, and then they talk about ICE and illegal immigration and people in the workforce. I just can't believe the rank and file, other than the SEIU, unions like that, maybe the teachers' unions. I don't believe that's their sentiment. I believe these are proud, patriotic Americans. They're forced to show up for this nonsense. You know, people check to see if they were there. There's problems if they're not. Are they really crying yesterday on Labor Day because illegal immigrants, 1.2 million, may have self-deported or been deported, and the numbers that are out of the workforce? Is that not a good thing for labor? All right, now speaking of Democrats and labor and things of this nature, I'm fascinated by what's happened in the SEPTA thing and, of course, how Democrats are reacting to it. Uber, which for a long time in Philadelphia was banned. When they first were in downtown Philadelphia, there were cops out there on horses surrounding Uber drivers, if you remember, because of yellow cab. Now it's a fact of life. They are willing to tax your ride, I think it would be the 6% sales tax, if the state legislature, for SEPTA, that money would go. Some say it could be over $200 million a year, dedicated fund. What they want is their workers not to be seen as employees, but independent contractors. I wish Bill were here. I mean, Bill drove Uber. Dan didn't. I didn't, certainly.
Yeah.
Andrew, you don't look like an Uber driver. You haven't done that,
He
right?
kind of does look like an Uber driver.
You think so? Yeah, he'd be a friendly Uber driver.
What is that supposed to, like, what?
Yeah. Why are you making a squeaky voice there? What are you doing? Yes. Let's change that voice.
I'm completely taken off guard. You look like an Uber driver. In my 31 years of existence, I've never been.
If you were an Uber driver, I would say, okay.
You'd be comfortable as a passenger?
I'd be comfortable as a
Okay,
passenger.
all right, okay.
Yes,
I appreciate the compliment.
I would, exactly. Yeah,
what?
I get in the car with you, dude.
Well, if I'm the driver, as soon as you look over and see the 2 feet, then you're going to feel
My
comfortable.
kids love driving with me.
Did you know that? Did I drive with 2 feet?
How old are your
You
kids,
drive
Andrew?
with 2 feet.
Oh, yes.
I do. I know some people that drive with 2 feet.
Thank you very much.
When I
Yes.
first started driving, my dad was teaching me.
Right.
My mom taught me most of the time, but when
Right.
my dad taught me the first time, I tried driving with both feet, and he was like, "Stop the car, pull over."
Yeah, he slapped you on the wrist.
Gave me a pep, like
That's
a
bad
locker room
parenting.
speech.
I'm going to report that man to DIFAS.
I don't know if you heard, but while you were talking, Andrew did mention his kids drive with 2 feet. And
No,
Yeah.
How old are your kids? Like
basically 2 and 3.
Now that's good parenting. So here's what Uber's offering.
They kick the back of my seat with both feet. That's what
Okay,
they do.
you can put the sales tax on, but these people that drive will be treated gig economy, and the Democrats are all against that. Even though many times it's to the benefit of a person not to be seen as the employee, but as an independent contractor. And I would argue, Uber doesn't seem to have regular schedules or whatever. People flood the streets like New Year's Eve. You can make a lot of money. It seems to be pretty fluid. I don't know. I need to hear from some Uber drivers. Do you consider yourself to be an employee or independent contractor? You do this essentially when you want. I'm sure there's some rules you have to follow and all that. So here's the solution to SEPTA. Why are Democrats against it? They don't like people being independent contractors. They want everybody to be seen as an employee because they're going to try to organize them, Josh Shapiro, into unions. That's why. It's a gig economy. I mean, I think it's freelance. Somewhat. I'm sure they have a general code and all that goes with it. But bottom line, aren't these independent contractors? So if they can keep that designation, which they don't have now, under Pennsylvania law, they're employees. They're willing to trade that to be a dedicated fund every year for SEPTA shenanigans. Some guesstimates are a sales tax on that would be $200 million in Pennsylvania. I think that's a pretty good deal. You're solving everything. You're not bothering anybody, although if you use Uber, you are. And they get what they want, gig economy, which I think is better. And the SEPTA thing really has taken a turn here, where this ruling of the judge, George Bachetto, who we had on last week, really making a dent. The test will be the Eagles game to see what happens, to see how that plays out. And football-wise, we were kidding about Belichick, but it's pretty sad. Doesn't Belichick listen to anybody? I mean, I don't care who he's with. That woman is insufferable. But on the sidelines, as you're being massacred, can you imagine Tom Brady laughing at him? Oh, my God. And some of the others, as he completely lost it. Because TCU is not a powerhouse. They're okay to murder you like this.
I feel like at some point, though, like you get to a point in your life where maybe I don't know, does the girl overvalue anything else? You know, like
oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, I don't find her.
Has he spent his entire career getting to this point so he can achieve a girl like that?
But I don't find her to be all that, A, and B, you talk about high maintenance. Oh, my God, she's the definition of it.
Well, that's the thing.
She's probably the one who put him up to coaching in college.
Oh, I'm sure there's some.
And the thing is, too, and me and Dan were talking about this before we turned the mics on. It's like, why North Carolina? That's not... It's not even close to being a football school.
Well, and she trademarked something. I think it was Gold Digger or something like that. She trademarked something.
Oh, my gosh.
They trademarked. something just to be in your face, they trademarked.
So during his 24-season tenure with the Patriots, Belichick earned over $200 million. Apparently that's not enough for this.
Apparently.
Well,
get back to work.
That's the highest number of points. If you scored 30 on Belichick, I mean, he may lose a game, but he cares about the defense.
Yeah.
My goodness. And Dan, you were right. That guy had a shattered leg, the backup quarterback who came in. He couldn't even walk. He had a metal from his hip all the way down. He puts him in, so he's 24 now, her age.
I don't know how.
Weird thing.
Were you watching it and thinking the same thing I was when we were watching Gio Lopez, the starting quarterback? Because when I tuned in, it was just before the guy throws a pick six, then he fumbles in for a fumble six, and then he just looks completely dejected, like he's given up on the game, almost like it looked like it was his call to pull himself out of the game at that point.
It did look like it.
Right? Yeah. And I was just thinking to myself, what kind of pushover has Bill Belichick become where he is a player that gives up in the middle of a game? It's freaking nuts. And he chose this guy as his QB1. I think she must have chose him as a QB1.
Well, and he doesn't storm over and take over for the defensive coach.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if that were the Patriots, what he might do. Boy.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like his whole situation with the Patriots. The Patriots were the most prepared defensive team. You could take the Spygate thing, and you want to talk about it. The preparation that Patriots team was always ready for. They looked like they had just gotten there at the game and had no idea what they were doing.
This is a sad, sad situation. But again, this woman's so insufferable. If we did on the side question, someone you love to hate, you hate them, but you can't get enough of seeing it to let that out. She's one of. She's Meghan Markle, and now Markle's still worse.
Oh yeah.
But is Bill Belichick Prince Harry now? Is he that bad? Has it gotten to that point?
I think he is.
Maybe the foursome will go out. Okay, let me give you the side.
Ooh.
It's a high honor when you're inducted into the club here that we take your name. I don't even think we've ever done Dan because we don't know there's enough Dans.
Oh, come on. There's enough Dans.
I'm sure there are.
There was Lieutenant Dan, and then after that.
Lieutenant Daniels, who I think actually won when we did it.
Okay.
Remember Lieutenant Daniels from The Wire?
I didn't know we did it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Dan Marino.
So
Cedric Daniels, yeah.
We're going to make this as broad as possible. It can be an Andy, an Andrew.
Ooh.
Real or fictional. I have even a French one. It can be an Andrea. I'm trying to think of the most famous Andrea. That's similar.
Oh, I know
I'm
one.
going to go ahead.
Oh, I don't want to take yours off, so you go first.
I'm going to take Andre the Giant off. That's French.
That's a good one.
And I'm going to take, I love the way that guy says it, if you find that in a clip, Andy Dufresne. Yeah, that. All right, Dan, how about yours?
I'm going to take two from the same show. You know what? Actually, never mind. It's Angela, not Andrea. Angela Martin from The Office. But how about Andy Bernard from The Office, the really annoying Cornell graduate?
There you go.
Yeah. And what was her name? Erin Andrews. What happened to Erin Andrews?
She's
horrible.
Is she still around?
I think she's still working for ESPN, I think.
Probably.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's kind of sad because it sounds like ever since that Peephole situation, she's kind of like disappeared, and it's sad because she was a victim.
I saw her on a big broadcast.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. Yeah.
All right.
Well, so yesterday, you and I, Dom, were talking about this. We mentioned two people, but I want to switch a little out of the box, and I thought of this last night when I was talking about it with my wife. Hurricane Andrew.
Oh.
Okay.
1992, Category 5 hurricane struck the Bahamas, Florida, and Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
It was considered the most powerful hurricane to hit the continental United States in 25 years. Hurricane Irma recently passed it as far as wind power and speed and everything like that. But according to what I read, Hurricane Andrew was the most costly, as far as dollars are concerned, destructive
something
hurricane.
to strive for, destruction.
Right.
It's
a thing to aim for.
Yeah, exactly right.
$27.3 billion in damages in Hurricane Andrew caused in August of 1992.
You can get in on that. Just one tip of the hat, if she's listening, she can call in today. And you did a good job yesterday, Andrew, getting her on with like a minute left.
Yeah, it was close.
And Dan wasn't there yesterday. He was doing something else on Labor Day. But she reminded us, Dan, that you and I were on Labor Day last year. We saw the Kamala Harris people who never got put in jail for it taking at SEPTA the Eagles motif and putting Kamala Harris in there in an Eagles uniform.
Yeah, that's right.
And Linda Kearns was at her desk, like the back phone rang, and she was on it instantly. And Joe, I think it was Joe in South Philly, ended up on the Jesse Waters show because he papered over the Kamala Harris stuff. The people that did it, did they ever go to jail? Destruction of property, vandalism, impersonating an eagle? No, they did not, as far as we know. But again, Scott Presler is on today.
Ooh.
It just revived what Linda Kearns does and what Scott Presler do, and they continue to do it. And I'm glad she called in 1 year ago yesterday.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT. We got some footage of that.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Some Inquirer reporter talking about it.
Yeah, and we're like, the Eagles of all things? Can you imagine? All right.
Then you've probably seen what looks like endorsements from the Philadelphia Eagles for Vice President Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Now, there's just one problem. They're not real. The Philadelphia Eagles have denied any involvement with these ads, which have appeared on bus shelters from Center City to Penn's campus in West Philadelphia up to North Philadelphia.
That's Philadelphia Inquirer there.
Okay. All right, coming up, your calls. Jack Ciattarelli at 1:30 today. Scott Presler joining, and Dave McCormick. Also, coming up, how much is Ilan Omar? What is her net worth? And how does that play out with Mikey Sherrill, who says her net worth is $7 million, but she doesn't know anything about it? She lets the husband handle that, yet she wants to be governor of Jersey. And maybe they ought to tag Macy in to run for governor then. I mean, she handles that. Yeah, no,
What she
Sherrill.
needs is more stress.
Yeah, I don't know anything. Yeah. I mean, how is a woman, particularly in this day and age, able to say that, get away with it? Ilan Omar said she wasn't a millionaire. Waiting till you hear how much she's really worth. Straight ahead, Talk Radio 1210.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai, has over 200 vehicles in stock, including new Palisades, Konas, and Tucsons, each coming with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial Hyundai, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big trade incentives and the best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downingtown. Colonial Hyundai, the fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies to select 2024 new Hyundai models. 6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Jack Ciattarelli at 1:30 today. A lot to talk about. Polling indicates he might be down 6-7 points. The same poll said last month, down 21. And independents, he's winning over by 6 percentage points over Mikey Sherrill. How much is Ilan Omar? What is her net worth? Now it's been released. She admits to as much as upward to $30 million. Now, if we ever did the all-time, I think one of the greatest top 5 values to me, it's after hard work, I would admit, is gratitude. A person who is grateful. And, of course, if that's one of the highest values, where is ingratitude? So here's someone lifted out of a refugee camp, comes to the United States, plops down in a community that is full of Somali refugees, which helps her to get into office and stay in office. And she attacks his country relentlessly, and yet now is worth upwards of $30 million, according to official reports put out. $30 million, not $1 million, not a couple million, $30 million. Now, there are some stock exchanges and the like. Her income or her total net worth from 1 year to the here it is. The disclosure filed in May shows that the squad lawmaker and her husband experienced a roughly 3,500% increase in net worth last year compared to 2023. Wow. What did they discover? A gold mine, an oil well in the back of the house? 3,500% increase. Think about that. I mean, what would you have to bet on FanDuel or something like that, Dan Borowski would run the mile in under 3 minutes?
Yeah, no.
To get a 3,500% increase. It's just stunning, this ingrate. Washington Post reporting, they say, despite the antipathy toward Trump and ICE. Big article. Dan, you might be able to see if you can get it. They're blocking me now, but I memorized it before they could block me. That they say, who are the people showing up? A former MMA fighter. Sam Oropeza, report to your office. You want to be with ICE? A former Marine. A former cop who was pretty high up. They say thousands reported to the Career Expo for ICE just last week. Thousands. I don't know if Philly ICE, and remember, so what's the lesson here? ICE is under fire more than the cops. Can Philadelphia take a lesson from this? Now, look, I recognize they're not going to have the money, maybe, that the big, beautiful bill gave, that upwards of $50,000, although you're probably not going to get a $50,000 signing bonus. There's a lot that goes with that. But don't you think places like Philadelphia, which is still not recruiting cops, would be taking lessons from this and would realize what you might be able to do or try to do to get more police officers? Glowing by the Washington Post. They're the ones that say it. They don't say some misfits are showing up. Where do I get my $50,000? I want to be with ICE. They're talking about they're actually able to pull in qualified people that want to be ICE agents. That's pretty good stuff. All right. Yesterday we did Signs of the Apocalypse. Is this one of them? This is cut 14. Here is Morning Joe himself attacking Democrats in Chicago over the Labor Day weekend. They gave Trump exactly what he wants. Cut 14.
The concern is you have leaders in Chicago that see this, as you say. We've been reading about this for years now, every weekend, and maybe crime has gone down. But, we had the mayor of Chicago on last week saying, oh, we don't need any more police officers. Police officers aren't the answer. No police officers. I think he said no 5 times. You look what's happening this weekend. You look so, I actually think that J.B. Pritzker should do something radical. I think he should pick up the phone, call the president, and say, and I know, you don't have the constitutional authority to deploy the National Guard here and to police my. You can do that in D.C., you can't do that in Chicago. But let's partner up. These are the most dangerous parts of my state. We would love to figure out how to have a partnership that's constitutional, that respects the sort of balance of federalism between the federal government and the state government. And let's work together to save lives. Because right now, just hey, nothing to see here moving along. No problem here. Hey, Donald Trump, we don't need you. And, the mayor talking about we're going to protect people's dignity in our city. Well, protect their lives. That's protecting their dignity. It would be radical for us to figure out a way to actually do what I've been saying from the very beginning on Washington, and that is seeing politicians creating partnerships that protect their people.
Yeah. All right. That's not going to happen, Joe. You know it, and I know it. That's not what the game is. I think they think there would be less for Pritzker in that than it is the embarrassment, the clear crisis that's going on, the numbers that are shocking. I'm not sure if Chicago is the most dangerous city in the country, but I think it's 1, 2, or 3. And perceptually, in some neighborhoods, parts of the South Side, apparently, it is the most dangerous. All right, 855-839-1210. I'm coming to your calls. Hit us with that all-time Andy, Andre, Andrea, something of that vein, and make your case. Tell us why that's the one that you chose. Jack Ciattarelli, 1:30 today. As I said, this Washington Post article talks about the fact that the people showing up, thousands for a career expo, for ICE. Can the police learn something from this? Can they say, hey, in their budget, we're going to have to up this, we're going to have to do this, signing bonuses, something? I would even say this, big mouth talking. Put me in charge of that. Put Dan in charge of that with us. We'll recruit more people than they will. We go to the public, we're going to say, this is what we identified, this is what we need, this is what we're going to do. It's a decision. Are you going to spend the money over here, or are you going to recruit more cops? Are you going to back them? Or is it harder to recruit cops in Philadelphia because of Larry Krasner than it is recruiting ICE agents nationally? In other words, are these progressive alleged prosecutors so damaging, so fearful of what they may go after with cops, that it's easier to be an ICE agent? ICE agents, you got guys towing your vehicle. Imagine this guy saying, oh, yeah, you're arresting that guy. I'm going to tow your vehicle.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT for footage.
Oh, God. Yeah. By the way, was it the L.A. police? Oh, here it goes. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let me dump that one there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you imagine this guy, though?
Sky, I'm going to tow your vehicle.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
I think it was the L.A. police, or at least it was on the West Coast. They have a new device where they fire it at a fleeing vehicle, and it tears off the axle. They tear it off the axle on the left-hand side. Yeah.
That's kind of impressive. Like a giant net?
It looks like a fire hose, and it wraps around, and it pulls it. And instantly it stopped it, and the car did not really, go out of control, that I could say, and it stopped it. So
it's impressive.
That's an impressive invention. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, here's a guy being walked away now from a...
Yeah, exactly. From towing an ICE vehicle that he knew was an ICE vehicle with a tow truck that's marked. God. Nice. Yeah. Nice. Hey, it's time for Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. And right now, all Rescue supplements, they're slashed up to 75% off, plus enjoy free shipping. Whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. So take a break, celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day, 25 to 75% off again. All Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. All you have to do is just call or go to res-q.com. Get this Labor Day deal today.
Hey, my name is Nee Addy, and I'm the Chief Marketing Officer of Philo, the TV streaming service that puts its audience first. What does that mean? It means no hidden fees and no long contracts. It means 24/7 customer support with real people. And it means the easiest and most affordable way to watch the stuff you love to watch. Live TV from networks like A&E, BET, Nickelodeon, and Discovery. All the groundbreaking blockbusters from AMC+. A huge library of movies and shows on demand that you can stream now or save to rewatch for up to a year. And fast forward through commercials. We even have more than 100 channels that are always free, even if you pause or cancel your subscription. And the best part, TV shouldn't break the bank. So all of this is just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Check us out risk-free. That's philo.tv.
At Verizon, lock in a low price on the best 5G in Philly and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office, get that almost impossible dinner reservation, and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $50 a month for a single line. That's right, just $50 a month when you bring in your phone on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. The results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Governor Shapiro meeting with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle to try to hammer out a budget and SEPTA funding. Philly theaters are still struggling to get audiences back at pre-pandemic levels, according to a new report. And Eagle star Saquon Barkley has a new turkey hoagie at Wawa called the Saquon Hoagie.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Eggland's Best, the only eggs with more fresh and delicious taste, plus superior nutrition. Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better eggs.
Weather sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union.
The quiet weather pattern and comfortable conditions remain in the forecast. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with low humidity, high temperature up around 80 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy and cool, low 62 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs, and another very pleasant day on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 82.
Save more and spend with purpose when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account. Earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield while enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. So over the years, Dan and I have used this betonline.ag. Josh Barton, the guy's name, is some pretty funny stuff, like what are the odds that Omar will be president? Well, she can't. She's foreign born, but somebody like that. Jasmine Crockett. Now they're saying they've changed the odds on whether Trump will finish his second term.
Oh.
They were 3-1, which those aren't great odds.
No.
Now they're 1-1 because over the last 72 hours, the amount of money, they say, that has come in, millions and millions of dollars, if they made it 3-1 and he didn't finish, they'd be out of business. So now they're making it 1-1 odds. Who's going to take it at 1-1 odds?
No, no one.
Right.
Get out of here. No.
Yeah, I'm going to have to follow and see how that betting is. Even 3-1 odds are ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what they were before the recent, he's dead, the Democrats were putting out.
How ridiculous is that?
Yeah, I could see an odds of, 1,000-1, maybe 100-1 potentially. You know, that's all right. You want to put down $10, 100-1. But how do you go now to, it was 3-1, now it's 1-1. They just announced, we can't continue with the 3-1. He's got something wrong with his ankles. There's that. But we don't know of anything else. This is just, look, I'm not enamored with his golf swing. I've said that, but that's not something that's going to kill you. I'm not buying he's hitting a ball 270. Andrew and I went over that yesterday, the hypotenuse, the parabola, and all that. I'm not seeing it.
A lot of geometry.
A lot of geometry.
He's still really good at it, though.
Yeah, he's very good. Yeah, there are various things, senior tournaments and all that he can play. And the granddaughter plays on Miami's, probably like a +2 handicap, which is really good. And she's got to have it rough, though. Imagine trash talk. She's Don Jr.'s daughter and Trump's granddaughter. Oh, my God.
So just a side note, essentially what they're saying is Trump has a better chance of not finishing out his term than Schwarber had a chance to hit a home run in yesterday's game.
Is that you're mixing FanDuel and bet?
Yeah, it was plus 210 for a home run for Schwarber yesterday.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I just this just shows you how even the alleged smart money buys into this Democrat scare that was out there. I mean, what makes them so jumpy? And now they're, recalibrating by going 1-1 to calm things down. Are these idiots? This is Trump derangement syndrome. Anybody that's betting 1-1, they're betting their sentiment. They hate him. They think he's going to be stopped somehow or another. And that's it. I mean, if you bet $10,000, something like that on that, it's crazy talk. Biden finishes, think about it. Biden finished his term. Now, he gave way of not running again, but he finished out his term. Just think of how decrepit Biden was and is and all that. And he finished out his term. What are they banking on? What's the mystery here? It just shows you the massive deception. We'll continue to follow this because it just makes no sense. All right. Frank in South Philly. He's next. Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Frank.
Good morning, Dom. How we doing today? Buongiorno.
Buongiorno, Frank.
Hey, listen, Andre Bocelli.
Yes.
The famous opera singer. That's one of the questions that you're asking, right?
The famous Andy, yes.
Yes, he's very, very good in opera singing.
You think anyone calls Bocelli Andy?
Hey, buddy.
Andy.
Sing me a tune. Yeah, sing me a tune, Andy. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty high ticket. I don't think he goes anywhere. I think it's like $500,000 a night or something crazy. Yeah.
Like, I listen to him when I have a little glass of homemade wine and listen to his music because I enjoy him singing.
A nice night of gabagool, homemade wine, and Andrea Bocelli.
Yeah, that is correct.
Hey, Frank, Dan doesn't know this, but Ro and I have been inside Frank's kingdom down there in South Philly.
Have you?
Where he makes, he has this big assembly line.
Did you see like the hanging meats and everything?
Yes. Well, we showed up a day late.
No, that wasn't hanging meat. That was that was the super shot coming out of the oil. The buckets of oil that I have.
I just said gabagool several times, Dan, but we showed up a day late, and Frank was such a gentleman. We're like, what the hell? What's going on here? Bro, just barges right in there. Yeah.
Yeah. And then I was telling him about the event that we're going to have at the 2300 Arena over there, which it's called Sagra 25. And then we're going to have 6 wineries here, 4 breweries we have so far committed. And also all the food and the open bar, the bar there, and everything else. So that's October 19th.
I love that.
We're going to hold at the 2300 Arena down here.
Oh, old ECW Arena. Look at that.
Yeah, that's it. Let's have some wrestling.
I got an idea for you there. You should team up, Dom, with the guy that runs the Italian American Hall of Fame, and do a yearly Most Italian Philadelphian. And do like a whole thing around it, and maybe we can award Frank in South Philly as the most Italian.
Frank ought to be in the Italian American Hall of Fame. Yeah, definitely.
Well, I'm also involved with the Christopher Columbus Day parade inside with all the concessions and stuff like that.
Okay.
We had my cousin.
Him versus George Paquetto for the most Italian Philadelphian.
Yes.
Well, we're going to be down there for this one, Frank. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're waiting to hear when the Frank Rizzo statue. As to what ground they're going to put it on. It has to be private ground, is what I understand.
Well, Frank, thank you. Andrea Bocelli, without a doubt.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah. We'll know first. George Paquetto will let us know, I'm sure, of that. But Frank is just an unbelievable guy. The assembly line of all the stuff you put together. Oh. Didn't stop, Ro, right in there.
He invited you over to show you his meat, huh?
Well, yeah, we're supposed to go on Saturday. I don't know how we got confused and we went there.
Oh, this
Sunday.
is something recent.
Oh, yeah, within the last month, within the last 3 weeks.
Oh, wow.
So. Yeah. I won't say how big and vast he is in South Philly. For South Philly, it's unbelievable, the land and the flags and everything else. And he built it pretty much
he's
himself.
a grocer, right?
He was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now he's just like
the whole family
in retirement,
making
meats.
Yeah, the whole family does that stuff. Okay.
Take that thing out. Unhook it.
It's 855-839-1210. We talked about this with Medicaid, but starting today, to be on SNAP, you have to prove that you belong on food stamps. I'll explain. Keep those Andes coming, too, one sort or another. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Nick. Join me on the first Wednesday morning of every month for 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight, a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. This week, we are honoring Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet, and his contribution to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you been procrastinating in getting your furnace or AC replaced? Well, stop procrastinating, because right now, you can get up to $2,600 in rebates and up to $2,600 in federal tax credits. But don't wait. These rebates and tax credits don't last forever. Act now, because before December 31st, you can get them. After, you can't. We are your how to save money experts. Contact us today at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show. Damn it to hell. Helm. And Andrew.
Where do you want to send me, Dom?
Jeez. That's right. The side question today. An all-time Andy, Andrea, Andre. Of course, we know about Andre Ziti. Keep that Ziti coming, Andre, down there in Brigantine. Great stuff. We had it, 4 times this summer already.
Why do you travel an hour and a half for Big CD?
And Andrew, you can weigh in.
What commentary is that on Rose cooking, Dom? Come on.
She might be listening here.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, you don't go and order something your wife makes in a restaurant.
I was impressed with you yesterday until you revealed when I said summertime and the living is easy, and you started all the burning leaves and wearing sweaters for fall. That was it. You're out of the family business.
Sorry.
That's bad stuff. But you ruled that you shouldn't see a movie at the shore either, right? Along with Henry. You went along with the crowd.
Yeah, I don't think that is something. I have done it. I've seen a movie at the beach.
Okay.
The only reason we did that was because we were bored out of our minds and we couldn't do it. Like, we had been on all the rides, we had eaten our food, and so it's like 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock at night. It's like, what do you want to do? Let's just go see a movie. I don't think that's what the beach should be for. The beach is supposed to be, you're going down to the shore, you're having fun at the beach, you take the kids, they go in the water, then you go to the boardwalk and you do all that stuff. And then after you do all that, then you should be tired enough where you have to go home. If you're still looking for stuff to do after that,
great point.
I don't know what you want me to do.
I think we saw a 9:45 Naked Gun, and given the genre and given everything else, I thought it was very good.
Go to a nice rooftop bar in North Wildwood and the inlet there. Have some
we've already
cocktails,
done that.
Looking over the lapping waves. You're paying. I don't know how much you're paying, but people pay like $10,000 to go for a week at the shore. I'm not going to go do something that I can do easily here in Philadelphia.
Well,
go see a movie.
But
it's a time thing.
You were at the beach for a while, though, right?
A week.
Yeah. So if you're at the beach for a week.
Yeah,
you do have the extra time. Like you want to do something. You're looking for stuff to do.
Exactly. Well, Ro wanted to see a movie.
And Liam Neeson's good.
Would you go in Ocean City on the boardwalk there?
Oh no, there's a new place, the Cape, where they have pool tables too.
Oh really?
Happy to demonstrate to you at any point. And they turned, it was just a movie
All right,
house
so you're not
there.
walking in off a boardwalk into a dark theater.
No, it's a
not talking to
beautiful-
any. Okay.
No,
so
this is
there's like a
beautiful
whole
new
thing.
facility.
Makes it a
And
little better.
That's nice.
Coming out, this kid buttonholes me, and Rowan says, he was serious, too. First, I thought he was just being fresh. Would you two agree this was in the fine tradition? Did it carry on the tradition of the original Naked Guns? I'm like, what the
Wait, what?
heck? Yes, it's like after 11 o'clock at night. He wanted to know.
I think that's fair, though. So he's
Gun-
asking someone who might have
Yeah.
lived the initial experience of Naked Gun, whether or not this kind of captures the same magic. Is that what he's going for?
I think it's better because I didn't like the original stuff. It's grabbing at stuff. I think this was pretty funny. There's a couple bits in there that they repeat throughout that are very funny. Really well done. It captures the vibe of it.
And Liam Neeson's actually good in the comedic role?
Yes.
Wow.
Although too much of the comedic role is Liam Neeson throwing people around. You know what I mean? That's what they're going to
like
do.
the physical humor rather than the...
And look, I saw, and this is not meant to be sexist, but Pamela Anderson without makeup on one show. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
In this, she has makeup, the whole thing and all. It's pretty startling. So, yeah. There's a good chemistry between the two. Really good.
I'm happy to hear that. And you like Paul Waterhauser as well? I really like that actor. He's the heavy-set individual.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was very good in that role. Yeah.
Played Richard Jewell back on that.
I think it's a good film.
Clint Eastwood movie.
It's silly, but it captures the flow of it very well. Okay. Let's take Kevin in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Kevin, good afternoon.
Hello. How are you?
Good, Kevin.
Great. So real quick, brain drop. You had previously mentioned gratitude.
Yes.
People in recovery are taught that. It's amazing how much that people are in recovery are learned and to be gracious and appreciate love and life, right?
Yep.
So there's that.
No, it's one of the most underrated. You know, I'll ask you if you have one, Kevin. My underrated emotion of all, though, is relief. You go into a doctor, they say, get out of here. Nothing's wrong with you. Relief is so underrated.
I take your word. I haven't seen a doctor in 20 years. So I just
Praise you go,
my
Kev.
religion. Hey, yeah, GregSoccerSocks.com. But
yes.
And hat tip to Frank, Andrea
Yeah.
Bocelli. So mom won mystery movie clips and took dad.
Okay.
And it got canceled. It's when he got sick. And then they weren't able to go see him for the redo. So they saw him for an hour and they were like, it's amazing. It was so incredible. So now with my Andrew, you're going to love this because I will explain it. The Love Gov, Andrew Cuomo.
Did you, before you explain,
gropey-
did you see the Sliwa? Sliwa's great at this. He said Cuomo's good for two things. Let me see if I can get it. I lost the line here. So you say yours. I'll think of the exact Sliwa line. Yeah.
Well, while you wait for that, why don't we hear from the great Joseph
Oh,
Elliott?
no, he said slapping tushes and killing grannies. Yeah.
Exactly right. I was saying groping and killing. So
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
he's the top.
Yeah.
So what do I win?
All right, we'll put you on there.
Just remember, Greg Soccer sucks.
Thank you. Yeah,
Joseph
Sliwa.
Elliott's
And Sliwa
Love
won't come
Gov
on
song.
now. He's just going national here. It's disappointing.
Murray actually shot back saying, no, he's got a lot of national to do today. He's unavailable.
Oh, okay.
Like,
All
come
right.
on, Curtis.
Yeah.
The Love Gov, Mario's Dreamboat, Italian Sun.
I still have not met up with Dawn. No, not Dawn. Why am I blanking on the lead? Not Dawn. Frankie. It'll come to me. It was a weekend thing. But coming up, Jack Ciattarelli at 1:30 here. Tony Orlando and Dawn.
Oh.
Yeah, Wildwood did honor him.
Did you?
And,
you didn't meet him?
It was no, it just didn't happen. But
You didn't tie him around
he
the-
still might come on this week, so we'll see.
Ooh, I'd love
And
that.
it was a big turnout for him. All right, Jack Ciattarelli. A lot happening in the governor's race, including new polling that indicates, just as we know, that this is closing by a lot of points, 13 points in 1 month. The original poll was bogus. This is going to be close. But we still have guys, posers, one of them a radio host, who just won't endorse him. Calls Ciattarelli a bad guy. There's something wrong with him, that kind of thing. If we win this race, it gives energy into the midterms. The narrative becomes Jack Ciattarelli, Trump, conservatives turned Jersey. If we don't, because I think they're going to win in Virginia. I'm being honest with you. I'm not a hack. You know, if she pulls it out in Virginia, Winsome Sears, I'll be surprised. Got to win New Jersey. All right, all straight ahead. Jack at 1:30, Talk Radio 1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Now until September 30th, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. Plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. Trust Window Nation. Get your free estimate now at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Whether you're hitting the beach or cruising through the city this summer, why not do it in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on right now at my favorite Honda dealers, Piazza Honda. And now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Honda Civic, Accord, or CRV with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Do it today. Shop online, piazzahonda.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, it's the fall people trying to take over, yes.
I heard you went off on Andrew for his pumpkin spice love yesterday, Dom.
That's the best he could muster. All I said was
good.
The immortal lines that can't be beaten. Summertime, Andrew, and...
I don't even remember, but...
living is hard.
And the living is easy.
Living is easy, yeah.
And you're sweating your bones off.
How can you beat that?
With
all the
shorts
arguments.
and hoodies, that's my go-to thing. My wife
Okay.
hates it all the time.
Yeah.
I'm one of those crazy people that wears shorts and hoodies in like November and December too.
Yeah,
Dr. James Amino Corey did that. Okay.
Yeah.
Dan, a little background when you were over in Port Richmond. What are the odds on this? Not that I don't wish them well, but this is a bold thing. I'm reading at the Inquirer, a huge French restaurant from chef George Sabatino, opens in Kensington. 2205. Let me get this right here. Give them a plug. Well, I don't like French food, so I wouldn't be a customer.
What's wrong with French food?
It's expensive.
It's expensive. And
French food.
There might be
pumpkin spice.
dinner tabs will run $70 each. There might be a snail in there. 2205 North Front Street. Oh my God.
2205. Wait, where is that though? Is that
Yeah.
is that actually
They
bad
say
Kensington, or is that
Kensington.
like headline Kensington?
All right. Well, it's all of Kensington.
Yeah, it's literally 2 blocks away from North Square Park.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, front and Emerald
Needle
Street.
Point. Yeah, front and there you go. Yeah. So, all right. Good luck with that. That's coming to Kensington. President Trump.
Julio's Pizza is pretty famous right across the street, though, and they do pretty well for themselves.
Okay,
yeah,
but
it's
a French restaurant.
Yeah, French. I don't know how many bougie people from Center City are going to be driving in. And
can we see them with
Kensington and walking a couple blocks to get their
chauffeur,
French onion soup?
Yeah, putting them out at 2205 North Front. All right. President Trump's going to make an announcement, apparently a Defense Department announcement at 2 o'clock. The betting odds, they're moving the space program, the space branch of government or of military to Huntsville, Alabama. If that's all it is, we're still going to go to it because he's been teasing us, but we'll see if that's what it is or not.
I think it's something different. When he was in his cabinet meeting, Hegseth kind of said, I hope by the time we're here next couple of days that we're representing the Department of War. You don't think it's going to be an official name change to the Department of War that he kind of held off?
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
But now, if it is, I oppose that. I mean, we don't want to, I'm surprised. We don't want unending wars. Department of Defense in this is fine. That's what we're doing. We're not trying to start wars. We're defending the homeland. America first. We're not going to be aggressive and in all these places. Kind of surprised if he makes the case. No, of why he wants Department of War, not Department of Defense.
That's why I changed the name in the first place. Well, however many decades or centuries ago, that's why they changed it in the first place.
We don't want to be out there in wars and all. I mean, that's one of his greatest legacies. We want to be just defending the homeland, whatever's going to defend America. All right, we have this guy, Ryan Daniels, on. I may see him in January. I've been invited to give a big speech in Oklahoma City. Oh, my God. He's the superintendent of schools in Oklahoma, Ryan Walters. So there was quite an attack when he came up with this test that would be given to teachers, all teachers, I think. But he said, particularly if you're coming from a blue state to teach in Oklahoma. I found out over the weekend that Prager University, Dennis Prager, public intellectual, was working with them on it. I'm going to give you there's 2 big questions here that the other side doesn't like. A lot of them are a basic civics test. But anyhow, they had enough money. They put it on the front page of the New York Times, an ad, and it says, turn to page A7, the Sunday Times. I bet that could be $100,000. So good for them. Here's the question, multiple choice. Who has the ultimate right to direct a child's education? Superintendent of schools, federal government, teacher, or parents? If you can't answer that, correct answer, parents. It has that tenor. There's a gender question on here. What are the first 3 words of the Constitution? Who were the first 3 U.S. presidents? When was the Declaration of Independence adopted? Who was president during the Great Depression? How did the Cold War end? Soviet Union collapse is the answer. What was Abraham Lincoln's primary reason for waging the Civil War? Now, that one gets a lot of contention back and forth. The answer is to preserve the Union. Let's see. What are the 2 parts of the U.S. Congress? Who signs bills into law? Why do some states have more representatives than others? What's the supreme law of the United States? Constitution. Who's the father of the country? Which national holiday honors those who died serving in the U.S. military? Questions like that. So why did this cause such a stir, the way it was packaged? Now I have the questions in front of me. We're going to get them on. Which chromosome pair determine biological sex in humans? XX/XY. That's one of them, I think. The other, maybe the parents. Does somebody really want to say that parents are not the principal driver of a kid's education? When you go over this test, there should be nothing in here that's controversial other than maybe those two questions that I gave you. Is somebody seriously going to argue the parents are not the sole person or the leading person determining a kid's education? Really? And the other one about gender. Are they going to die on that hill? Apparently Democrats are. So this test is under fire still. Those are the questions. It's not, do you pledge a loyalty oath to Donald Trump? Are you a commie? They're not doing stuff like that. It's simply straight up a bunch of questions that measure your knowledge of civics, basically, and recognizing that parents are the driving force when it comes to the education of a kid. So again, because they have the money, they were able to put that out there. You can take the test, PragerU. You can find it, New York Times, and see how you do. I bet most people are getting in the 90 percentile, if not higher. Why would teachers not be able to deal with a test like this? NEA, AFT gone wild over this. Another fascist attempt, cult of Trump. I don't see anything in here that does anything like this. Why is freedom of religion important to American identity? Correct answer, it protects religious choice from government control. What did the Supreme Court do in the 2025 Maryland case, Mahmoud versus Taylor? Public schools cannot require participation in LGBTQ theme instruction without parental opt-out. Remember that? The opt-out thing. A question about Martin Luther King Jr. How in the world will this create such controversy? Because anything that plays around with the idea that there are right answers and also that a teacher base of knowledge should know these things, how can you teach if these things are foreign to you? Or if you object to them? Are you objecting to the parent question? A lot of these people would. The teachers' unions would. They think they're the professionals and the parents are essentially just along for the ride. They pay for stuff and all. Yeah. We got to put up with it, but we know what to do. All right, 855-839-1210. Jack Ciattarelli here at 1:30. A lot to catch up on with him, including this surge in the polls, but more importantly, on the ground. I think I saw him on Twitter at 5-6 parades yesterday. Mikey Sherrill, not so much. Why are we still seeing these people that ran against him not endorse? I mean, it's unforgivable. This is a major race. This is heart and soul. Whoever wins this is going to have momentum going into the midterms, going to have a story to tell. There will be a breakdown. If you win Jersey in this climate, it's another shot at Democrats' credibility on anything. And the big thing Democrats are trying to determine, should they talk about their plans for the economy, which are not good, and the other side of Democrats say, no. We have to say Trump's a fascist, and that's where we're going. That's going to be the theme of Back to School. The NEA president, who wouldn't come on the show after she said she would, Becky Pringle, at the summer meeting saying fascism is the thing they're going to look at with students this year and organize, etc. Randy Weingarten, who we're hoping to get on the show with her new book, Why Fascists Fear Public School Teachers. What? Both of them. Fascism, not reading, writing, and reason. None of those things. Fascism. That's the order of the day. All right, let's go to David, Lexington, South Carolina. And David's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Dom. Before I do my side answer, I've got a comment about the election that I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but a while back you pointed out how Jersey is the leading state for people leaving, correct?
Yes. Most years, Dean Van Lines and the like, they say, right. Yes, it's number one. Yes.
My fear, and again, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I promise I'm not. My fear is that those are mostly people leaving for politics. And if that's the case, that's going to be hard. I hope that's not a factor. Is what I'm kind of getting.
Well,
at.
it is. It is a factor. I get what you're saying. That year after year, people are fleeing because of these policies. You're right, but what we're seeing is more and more people. It's like the Matrix. They're waking up, and they're saying, "Yeah, I mean, this is unconscionable. I can't continue like this." And they're actually independents, for example, David, are breaking for Jack Ciattarelli.
That's good. That's good.
But to your point, this is not this is going to come down to 1 point either way. So that's why this radio station, because South Jersey is where Ciattarelli scored the last time. He's got to score even a little bit more this time.
Right. Okay. Like I said, I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I want that not to be a factor. But yeah, for my side answer, this might cause some people to cringe a little bit, but I'm going to go with Andy. Point me to the buffet, Reed.
Yeah.
Tom, are you a fan of Reed?
No, I'm not. No? David, I had an Andy Reid incident. I'm set up, and the guy's there with me to ask him a few questions at the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. I get out there, the choir is doing all this, and I'm, standing there face to face with Andy Reid, and I said, well, what did people say to you how to adjust here in Philadelphia? You hear that all the time. And he was dismissive. And I'm like, this guy is everything. Like, Dan, I'm right there. The choir, I can barely hear. You imagine the big mustache and the whole thing going.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's just such a likable individual, though.
Well, he is now.
I mean, our WIP, when he was in the Super Bowl, we did a whole week dedication to the guy.
Yeah, but back then, when he first came here, remember, the time is yours, and then he wouldn't answer anything. Yeah. So the choir, I'm saying, the Mormon choir. Come on, Andy.
Well, I like I said, I knew that would make some people cringe a little bit, but I thought I'd throw it out there.
Good answer. Thank you. And, Dan, you think the handler was just appalled. He was ready to jump in and say, come on, stop it. That's a legit question, isn't it? What were you told coming here that you'd have to adjust to? I thought that might break the ice a little. I didn't. It wasn't attacking. I didn't say, hey, stop throwing the ball so much.
What ask him about his grooming. What does he use to make his mustache?
Mustache, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. He was big then, too. Much bigger than now. Really big. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. We got the side question going. Dom's Money Melody a little bit later in the show today. Are those questions out of bounds? What would be out of bounds about them? We'll talk with Jack Ciattarelli. Schools, school choice, things of that nature are big in this race. And again, sadly, the radio guy and the comedian guy, neither one has endorsed. Now, are there people behind Ciattarelli? We'll see. I mean, that's a big group of people that are out there that have to be energized in order to get them to vote and defeat Phil Murphy and the gang and Mikey Sherrill and the whole gang. 855-839-1210. All right, first, though, I'm headed over to Dr. Bentz's today. A little, look-see at the dental implant. And I've told you about that, and I've told you over 10 years now, if you can imagine. My dentist, Dr. Bentz, friend, board-certified prosthodontist, but I have some exciting news to add to that. Dr. Bentz is now expanding his services and availability, and that's important. Important that there are more hours, more opportunity to fit your schedule. With a new prosthodontist, not just a dentist, a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. We're in September, it's happening now. So if you're a patient, you have complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. We tell you about this all the time. I'm thrilled with my work with Dr. Bentz over 10 years. Just the uptick in the things that I do every day that are simple but give great oral health. Get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule your appointment now with Dr. Bentz. Get that initial evaluation. You'll talk with him, size him up. He'll tell you what he sees, and then you're off to great dental care. You reach him at 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com, BENTZ dentalgroup.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. Open Phone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. Open Phone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? Open Phone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With Open Phone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with Open Phone. Open Phone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Open Phone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Here's a few questions for you from California Psychics. Do your workdays seem to go on forever? Is your career progression as fast as downtown traffic? Or does your boss still not know your name?
Hey, you, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
It's time to read the career warning signs and talk to California Psychics. We're always on hand to give you the career guidance you need. You see, we only connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. So you could soon be telling your boss where to stick that report.
Where are you going, Terry? Terry!
Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State football this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof Retirement game plan.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Shopping for an engagement ring can feel a lot like shopping for a used car. You walk in, you're not sure who to trust, and you're wondering if you're getting the real deal or a good sales pitch. That's why people are turning to Family & Company Jewelers. They're changing the game with full transparency, no pressure, no commissions, and now every piece of jewelry in the showcase has the price right there on display. No surprises, no haggling, just real value from our friends at Family & Company Jewelers. Doing things right. Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey.
Hey, it's Nick. Join me on the first Wednesday morning of every month for 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight, a program where we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation, celebrating their remarkable commitment to community service and their exceptional service in the military. This week, we are honoring Josh Jabin, United States Marine Corps vet, and his contribution to the veteran community. Presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. You know, we often have a contest. Who is the wildest out there on the left? This Chicago president of their teachers union. I over the years, and I monitor this stuff, their teachers union is probably the most thuggish, the wildest, the most out of control of getting what they want. She has said there are children, more so than most. Here's her take on what is where the national focus is now. Chicago in crisis. It's guesstimated. They don't still have the number over Labor Day. 8 or 9 killed, 58 shot. If that's not a crisis, if that's what you can accept every week, do the math, comes out to like 2,500 people shot. Not only that, people miss all those bullets flying around that could hit somebody. Here's what she said is the answer to stop this carnage.
Incredibly concerned about crime in your city when we saw 50 people shot, 7 fatally just over the weekend. And the argument can be made then that there needs to be some federal assistance in order to make both you and your students and those families safer.
And I would agree federal assistance is needed. So restore the Medicaid cuts. Make sure that young people have SNAP benefits. Rebuild and fund our Department of Education. You can give that $1 million a day to people who need support and housing and care.
But what does that do to address the crime situation in your city? I understand those grievances, but what does that do to keep people safe who feel, frankly, like our big cities are unsafe?
Well, what it has done already in Chicago has led to the precipitous decline in crime under this mayor. He has reopened mental health care clinics. He has reconstructed school libraries. He's giving young people jobs. When you embrace people and fight poverty instead of humanity and dignity, you can make a crime rate go down, and you can make people feel safe and supported, and you can reaffirm our commitment to democracy in this country. He has it wrong. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for public education to be funded. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for Medicaid for all. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for affordability and affordable housing.
All right, so here's the game. Throw the word democracy in there. It's the same old story with a couple of twists. One, if you do these things, suddenly people that are committed to a life of crime, violence, indiscriminate shooting are going to turn around. How much have we spent all the way back to the worst president, I would say one of the worst humans ever, Lyndon Baines Johnson, who doesn't get enough discredit with the war on poverty to now? You can't calculate it, even from the federal government as an entity, the trillions and trillions of dollars. We've tried that. We've done it. We've broken down families, and they continue to enunciate it. And this Chicago Teachers Union president, as I said, is just a walking illustration of this. Right past the question, the anchor could have jumped in again and saying, are you really saying that that's going to stop people taking to the streets? They're doing that because they don't have enough government benefits. Last week, Joe Scarborough, of all people, had on the mayor and said to him, all right, let's say we put all that federal money back in. Would you still not want 5,000 more cops? And the guy just kept on talking about more federal money, would not answer. They won't answer. Not National Guard, just cops. They don't want that. This is what they are about. And finally, it took someone as out of the box as Trump to bring it to a head with what's happening in Washington. Now, it doesn't mean they're still not, and people keep on. You mean they're willing to die on this hill? And Scott Jennings and I are joined at the hip on it, probably be on again this week. Yes, they still believe that they can say stuff like this, and it's a winning issue. It's not on this one. It's not on the trans issue. It's not on the tax on tips and things of that nature. You're not going to win on it. Well, why continue to do it? Because that's what they believe in, and they can't. Trump, the beauty of Trump is it's such a force, Democrats cannot masquerade enough anymore. He doesn't allow it. They have to take a side. And the side they're taking now is no. This is not a crisis. This is something acceptable, and or just give us more federal money and shut up. Not going to win. Maybe in Illinois, maybe some sectors of Chicago. That's not the point. The broader thing as we head into the midterms, Democrats do not want to. I mean, Gavin Newsom over the weekend surged the highway patrol. He's one of the guys on the smarter. Look, we can mock the hair and all. By the way, I'm an aficionado of hair. It's great hair. Seen it up close. Didn't see a danger flake at all. And he had a blue suit on. But aside from that, he is at least on the right track. He's got a fig leaf in front of him. I surged the highway patrol. That's different than the National Guard. Now, it's minor. How much can they really do surging the highway patrol in California? The other Democrats can't even do that. Do you hear Josh Shapiro saying, here's what we're going to do here? here's what I'm surging. No, he's just trying to lie low on it. He's smart enough to realize this is a loser. A place like Philadelphia could really benefit from this because it is not as out of control as Chicago. You could see even greater results much quicker than you can see in a place like Chicago. My greatest fear, and I'm not making it up, is that in Chicago, it's so Wild West out of control that you may see them fire on the National Guard. And we have a real difficult situation. All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus, New Jersey, the hot governor's race. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. I am totally with you with Mr. Spadia. He might as well be a disc jockey to me at this point. If he agreed with everything he went on the campaign trail about, he should be supporting, for better or worse, he should be supporting Ciattarelli right now for the better good.
Yeah, and he's got a major platform in Jersey, one of the top 5, I would say. And this sabotage is what he's up to. He doesn't want Ciattarelli to have 2 terms. He'd have to wait 8 years to run again versus 4. That's what it's about.
Well, then who is he running for in the first place? Himself or the state of New Jersey? And you have all these political pundits out there that say, well, that's the way politics goes. You put your people ahead of politics. I'm sorry. That's not the game. That's the way the game evolved. But it shouldn't be that way. Who's going to turn the tide? Shame on him. And I have ties with Mr. Spadia through that radio station. So he should be ashamed of himself at this point. The other thing I wanted to tell you is, Lyndon Baines Johnson, he's the one who turned my parents from Kennedy Democrats into very staunch Republicans in the state of New Jersey. That guy was a pariah.
The old-timer, Obama put it on steroids, but think of the programs that don't work. Even Head Start I'm very critical of. The money, the trillions, and what he did to families through all this largesse and breaking them down, Joe. He's the architect of Chicago and places like that.
And you can make a case for, I can't go back beyond him to say anyone else was a warmonger in either party. He was the consummate warmonger.
Exactly. Joe, a little tight on time. Ciattarelli in the on-deck circle. Who's your Andy?
My Andy was the sweetheart of all sweethearts, from The Sound of Music to Mary Poppins until she disrobed during Victoria, and that was Julie. That broke my heart. Julie Andrews.
All right, I have to look at that film there. All right, here's the message coming up on YouTube. Jack Ciattarelli, Jack for governor. New ad out. Jack will fix it. The man of the hour, Jack Ciattarelli, joins us. Then we'll take more of your calls here on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. It's always an honor to bring on the man who really is going to fix Jersey and also since he was bold enough on the Zioli show, the capital of the sauce people, to say, sorry, Rich, it's gravy. There was a lot of pushback. There was a lot of tension on that. I was so glad to witness that live. Let's go to Jack Ciattarelli here on Talk Radio 1210. Jack, you stood your ground. Artfully done. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, it's great to be with you. And yes, in our house, it is gravy. It's not pasta, it's macaroni. And because we make 100 meatballs at a time, we bake them. We don't fry them.
I don't know if that's a Zioli meatball. He's pretty good at that. Hey, Jack, we saw the first fall ad, thanks to Matt Rooney, headed up. I saw it on SaveJersey.com. And again, you must be hearing this on the campaign trail, and you are a New Jerseyan, unlike your opponent, so you get it. People don't want pronouns in sanctuary cities. Jackson Township just saying they're out of Jersey because of that. They want the problems fixed. Affordability is what we're told is the problem.
It really is, and it's all about taxes. Our individuals and our businesses, Don, pay the highest taxes in the nation. I'll reduce the size and cost of our state government to afford a tax cut for both our individuals and businesses. And, of course, we've also seen what's going on with monthly electric bills, making New Jersey all the more unaffordable. So I'll pull us out of Reggie. That saves $300 million for ratepayers on day one. We'll start producing electricity again via natural gas and nuclear. To hell with the wind farms off the Jersey Shore. They were never going to be able to satisfy our energy needs, and not to mention they're terribly expensive. And we'll get back to having a rational energy plan. So we can fix all these things. We just need the right kind of leadership.
And, Jack, that's a key thing. You just said it there, too. Belief, sometimes it's hard, if I were in Jersey, to say, no one can fix this stuff. So that's the right attitude, that the problems are not out of thin air. They were created by these policies and these people like Murphy. And the thing that you often emphasize, the number of people that are not from Jersey, they can't understand it. They can't bond with that. They have to walk around and make it up constantly.
Well, we've seen this with Corazon. He wasn't from New Jersey, and that didn't work out so well. We've seen it now with Murphy, who was not from New Jersey, and it's not working out so well. My opponent's not from New Jersey. I think that's why every time she's asked a question about the things that bother New Jerseyans every single day, she doesn't have an answer. So I don't think there's anyone who's ever been more ill-prepared to take on the governorship than my opponent, Don. But no worries, we're going to win this race.
Jack, at the congressional level, post-Labor Day, Politico and others looking at this, and they believe there will be a showdown vote on members of Congress and the stock market, inside information, allegedly, that kind of thing. Ilan Omar had to file recently. She's worth upwards of $30 million. Your opponent on a morning show in New York essentially said they may be worth $7 million, but the husband is the one that handles all that. How can she answer for it?
Well, actually, she increased her wealth by $7 million since the time she got from Congress. This is an issue of character, Dom. Now let's think about this. The New York Times reports that while she was sitting on the House Armed Services Committee, she was trading defense stocks. Okay? She went into a House Intelligence Committee, and this was the week before the pandemic was declared, and came out of that committee meeting and dumped all of her stocks before the stock market crashed. There's nothing people hate more than somebody that used their public office to enrich themselves. And even if everything she did was perfectly legal, that doesn't make it right. The perception is terrible.
Absolutely. Now, I'm looking at a story that broke yesterday, and I see your spokesperson was on it. Undecided independents. This is NJ.com. More likely to vote for Jack Ciattarelli than your opponent in the governor's race. Have you guys identified, is there a one issue, Jack? Is it an overall feel? Because that's one of the keys to where we are at this point, people that are independents.
The middle class is hurting like never before, and the electricity rates have only made it worse and brought it home for a great many people who are opening up their monthly bill and wondering what it is they did wrong, or did they miss a monthly payment, or did the meter not function properly. So this is the case all across New Jersey. No governor's had better chance to solve these issues than Phil Murphy with a budget that's up from $36 billion to $60 billion in 8 years' time. It's 70% up, and yet everything's only gotten worse. And my opponents endorsed every one of his failed policies: tax and spend policies, public education policies, law enforcement policies, housing. It's been a failure across the board. and she supported every one of those policies. So that's what this election's all about.
Jack, usually over the years, I wouldn't look at the lieutenant governor candidates, except there's such a contrast. You have a guy who essentially is a cop, a sheriff, and I admire these guys from Morris County. It's an academic and a guy on the Cheryl's side who is pretty much a DEI aficionado, is in that circle, his income and everything else, something that you would think you would run away from at this point, or at least masquerade, cop on one side, law enforcement, DEI on the other.
I don't understand it one bit, but the one thing that her lieutenant governor and her have in common is they're both in hiding. Do you see these people out in the community each and every day shaking hands, engaging with New Jerseyans, talking about what their solutions are? They're nowhere to be found. In fact, my opponent last week just turned down the third debate invitation from CBS Channel 2 News out of New York. So there'll be no third debate. She's got to, by law, she's got to participate in two, but she turned down a third debate. We've seen this time and time again, but I really appreciate, Dom, you bringing up the qualifications of my lieutenant governor. Jim Gannon, the sheriff of Morris County, is a 40-year decorated local law enforcement officer. Started out on the beat 40 years ago in Boonton Township. Great guy, knows his business, and we're making a very loud and clear statement that we support law enforcement. They've been demoralized, and we're going to have their back and let them do their job of keeping our communities safe.
Jack, you mentioned two debates by law. I was unclear on that. Okay, so, it's always suspect to me, and I say it when it's a Republican, too. Maybe because of what I do, and I think Rich joins in. If you can't debate, if you're not asking for a huge number of debates, it's fine to be out there meeting the people and all that stuff. But we have to see you time after time in debates with your opponent because people under stress reveal themselves. So she's refusing. There will be just two debates at this point?
There'll be the minimum two that are required by law. Okay. But as I said, she just turned down a third, and I'm not surprised one bit. I mean, when she does make a public appearance, she's got her favorite three-ring binder with her with a speech prepared by congressional staffers who also are not from New Jersey. And listen, people are going to start paying really close attention now, Dom, over the last 2 months of the campaign, and there couldn't be a more stark difference between the two of us. So I welcome the comparison.
Parting area for you, Jack. The issue of parental rights, the issue of school choice is near and dear to me, and I think in New Jersey it is huge. How is this playing out in the campaign? You're on the trail. Your guy said, it's going to be a lot of parades. I said, all right, let's do Tuesday, not Monday. It looked like you were at 7 or 8 parades yesterday. So the parental rights issue and schools, and it seems to me that New Jersey, look, I would give credit, all the spending, all the money, it was maybe in the top 10 states across the country, maybe. It seems to have slipped from that, and the emphasis is the governor's wife and the issue of climate. Homeschooling is under fire now, and there's a lot of homeschoolers in Jersey. They're afraid they're going to be forced into a curriculum, which is one of the reasons why they're not in the public schools. Talk about that for a bit.
Tom, I appreciate you bringing that up. Just last week, I participated in a press conference hosted by the New Jersey Home School Association. 80,000 children are homeschooled in New Jersey. To the best of my knowledge, they're on grade level for reading, writing, and math. And what the Democrats have done, and my opponent supports, are bills that make it virtually impossible to homeschool your kid. And if you do get the approval, they want you to build into the homeschool curriculum some of the very things that caused you to leave the public school curriculum to begin with. I don't think that's right, and I don't support that bill. And so last week we participated in that press conference to make it clear that when I'm governor, we'll respect parental rights. We'll have a parent's Bill of Rights in New Jersey. My Attorney General and my Commissioner of Education will respect parental rights. We'll have a new school curriculum, and we will not have Policy 5756. We won't be keeping secrets from parents anymore when I'm governor. That's immoral, it's indecent, it's wrong, and it's dangerous.
Jack, one of the real tells, if I were moderating debate with the two of you, and I would frame this if it took me a half hour so that both sides would have to tell me something, is, say in the first couple of weeks of your term as governor, something that is so important to you and something that you see as a governor being able to do, even if there's pushback. What would it be? We just talked about one, I think, in the sanctuary state stuff. But what is the core that you would try to accomplish?
I've said all along, Dom, executive order number one is we get rid of sanctuary cities.
Exactly.
We get rid of us being a sanctuary state. We should not be encouraging illegal immigration, and we shouldn't be handcuffing our local law enforcement in any way. There are things that they cannot do to keep our community safe when there's a sanctuary city or us being a sanctuary state that ends on day one. It's one of the top 3 or 4 issues in the state. People do not like that policy.
Jack, if you've seen this, I don't think they like the idea. If I'm across the bridge here in Pennsylvania, I have to pay full rate if I go to a Jersey school. But if I'm here illegally, I'm treated as if I'm same thing as someone who's legal. Pam Bondi won in Kentucky with this, where they're now rescinding that. So kind of hoping that will come up because people say the logic is flawed with that. Jack, how do we help? Volunteering, funding, where are you going to be, do you know, in South Jersey, in our listening area, anytime soon?
I'm sure I'm going to be there sometime soon, Dom. I usually don't know today's schedule until I wake up in the morning and look at today's schedule. So, we were in South Jersey a whole lot over the holiday weekend. We're up in North Jersey today. I just left Mercer County, and I'm on my way to Morris County, and then we'll wrap it up tonight. I believe it's in Essex County. So, we're out there on the trail each and every day. I make it a point to try to touch each one of our 21 counties at least once every week. And that's what I do. Pick up and down the state. I'm happy to do it.
Website, Jack, where people can go, more information to see all this help out. What do they do?
Jack4nj.com. That's the number 4, Dom. Jack4nj.com. You can learn a whole lot about the campaign and my whereabouts, where I am on the issues, the various coalitions that are out there that support my candidacy, and, of course, contribute if you're so inclined.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Nice work as usual. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom.
All right, Jack Ciattarelli here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. Again, this is a very, very close down to the wire type of thing. Ilan Omar admitting in a filing now she's worth upwards maybe of $30 million, she and the husband. And Jack, Mikey Sherrill, according to New York Times, and I think her own admission, increasing her wealth by $7 million. It may be legal, maybe unethical, and something that people just say, no, you can't be inside this stuff and then making a tremendous number of stock trades. That's going to be coming up for a vote sometime in September, probably. Not sure how Congress will go on that because a lot of them are in on it. It'll be a tell. All right, phone lines, though. Hit us on the side question. All-time Andy, Andre, any of those, you can hit us with that. Scott Presler will be here at 2 o'clock. We'll dip into President Trump. Some major announcement. Is it Department of Defense becomes Department of War? Is it the space program? Is it something else? The story of the day that floors me is this betting outfit that we tell you the odds on all the time. Some of them are fun. Having to lower the odds to 1-1 that Trump will not finish his term because they were getting so much money at 3-1 odds that people think that's a good bet. We'll check and see if they're betting 1-1 odds. That's impossible to imagine. They'd be flooded with millions of dollars on the 3-1 even. Got to have much higher odds than that. And Dan, what was it with FanDuel? What's the name of it? Yeah.
Plus 210 for Kyle Schwarber to hit a home run yesterday. Yeah.
Right. Versus Trump finishing his term.
Yeah.
All right. 855-839-1210.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718, 800-525-7718.
Moms and dads, do you wish you could know where your kids' shoes are at all times? Now you can with Skechers' newest Apple AirTag compatible sneakers, Find My Skechers. There's a clever hidden AirTag compartment under the shoe's insole. It's sleek, secure, and your child can't feel or see it. Then you can check where your kids' shoes are on the Find My app. Plus, they're available for boys and girls. Get Find My Skechers at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever kids' shoes are sold. Apple AirTags sold separately.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom time. So the SEPTA battle takes a new turn. The Philadelphia Eagles just announced they don't want you coming down there if you don't have a game ticket. Now, they don't say somehow or another you'll be rejected from the lot. Dan, I would say it's probably thousands of people that don't have a game ticket just go for tailgating, right?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Or Xfinity Live?
Yeah,
Just go down
exactly.
to absorb all the camaraderie.
You know what? That's not a good move by the Eagles. They're hurting Xfinity Live. I don't like that.
Yeah.
You know? And they're saying they want you in your seat by 7:45. Game time is not till, 8:20-ish? Kickoff, something, or alleged fraudulent kickoff. But anyhow. SEPTA says there will be a 20% decrease in all service, no longer extra express trains for the crowds on game days. That cut, see, they're not able to cut the school kids going to school because Sherelle Parker's jumped in on that. I don't know if she's going to jump in with money for the Eagles game, or is this going to be the pain game to make people realize that you got to pay SEPTA or there's big trouble. They say that they will open at 1:30. Wow. I mean, will there actually be traffic jams at 1:30 for an 8:20 game?
I hope not, because I'm driving past it.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, well, I got to go home from here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. All right. So
that's what I'm saying, like 1:30. No way you're going to have traffic at 1:30.
These people are deranged
They
for
really,
the tailgate. And now
it's fear-mongering is what it is.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I was going to say, we notice Phillies games, there's a lot more tailgating too, which I don't get. The football thing is a little bit different, but gates will open at 1:30. Maybe 3 or 4 o'clock, it'll start to be a good deal of traffic. But no, people ought to be allowed to go down there. They're going to go to Xfinity. They watch a game there, etc. Or they tailgate with people they know. What in the world is wrong with that? But it could be getting out of there after the game. So you'll be able to get out of there at some point as long as you don't wait till the very end of the game. But after the game, with less SEPTA, there's going to be more difficulty. Why can't SEPTA, why can't Josh Shapiro and others say, all right, just like Sherelle Parker did with the school kids, we're going to cover this. It's a public thing to do that so that we don't cause pain, because they want to cause pain. And is it fear-mongering to say, oh, boy, you better not come if you don't have a ticket to get into the game? How are the ticket prices for this, Dan? Do you have any sense? What
at least I looked the other day.
$500.
$500 for.
Oh my God!
Hold on, I'm bringing it up right now.
Yeah, who is paying that amount of money?
What's like? Who has that kind of money?
Right. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
Amazing.
Right.
We were trying to figure out like who can afford to go sit in the nosebleeds for $454.
Right. It's a miserable experience too. I know it's Dallas.
Oh wow, a big deal here, Dom.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Only $372 for the cheapest standing room only seat right now.
Standing room only.
Standing room only, $372. Andrew, are you going tomorrow?
No, I'm not. If I watch, I will be watching for at home on the television.
If I watch, what do we have over here?
What the heck is going on with this guy? Oh, that's right.
I'm holding up my hat.
Yeah, he's got the hat. Yeah. Well, anyhow,
it's the other Pennsylvania team. That's my team.
The tush push. See, that's why you should call it that rather than the brotherly shove. Has a new sponsor for the Eagles.
Really?
Dude wipes.
Oh, I like that.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Got to use those
right?
dude wipes every time you get
very fitting, isn't it?
I don't know if the NFL announcers will say dude wipes brings you this tush push now per game.
I'm sure somebody said worse by accident.
Yeah, well, but it's not the brotherly shove.
This lawn mowing brought to you by Manscaped.
I would say it is one of the top. It's in my top 10 all-time breaks in sports. That is genius. The number one being, who's the guy that threw the first forward pass in football? Can you imagine? There were no forward passes. They were killing each other running the ball. Suddenly a guy said, well, there's nothing in the rules. You can throw a forward pass. And there we were off to the races.
1906, St. Louis University, Bradbury Robinson. What a great name.
Can you top
Bradbury Robinson.
Of anything? The second place would be the Fosbury flop.
Mm-hmm.
I remember.
No, nobody cares that much about high jumps.
Yeah, but as far as a breakthrough, though,
yeah,
I mean, it's
but but you got a 3-point shot in the NBA.
Well, that was regrettable. I'm not going to put that in.
Well, you want to go back to the days of no three-pointers?
Yeah, I just think it's
the first person to ever cork a bat in the MLB.
Okay. Well, how about baseball? When people first started playing baseball, they pitched underhand.
Yeah.
Like slow pitch softball. And then somebody, like you said, realized, well, it's not against the rules if I throw hard overhand.
That's a very good one.
Or how about the first person to not use a granny shot when taking a free throw in basketball?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the Fosbury flop, though, to see a guy running down and then turning backwards was like, oh, my God. Could that be legal? Of course.
Yeah, that one balance beam trick, too, is real revolutionary.
All right, let's go to Robert in Bensalem on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys again. I hope you had a great weekend.
Thank you.
I'm looking at, you see the whack jobs on the social media on the left, praying for him to die and doing all these crazy things.
But Robert, 1-to-1 odd. We got to get these betting people on, Andy. You're being charged. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm marking that down. I got to get them on tomorrow. How much money could people be betting that they lowered it from 3-to-1 to 1-to-1?
That's just a shown. But see, the thing is, Dom, as crazy as they're getting, while this might be good for us as Republicans, if they want to run AOC, we're going to win, and that's great. But as an American, it makes me sad, Dom, because we need two healthy, sane parties.
Exactly.
And until we have that, we're never going to be as great as we could be. Yes, we can be great because Republicans are going to do what needs to be done, but the Democrats need to pull their heads out of their butts, man, because they are completely ruining this country, whether they win or not. Just the dialogue. They're killing the dialogue. There's no healthy dialogue anymore, Dom.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to find. Look, I'm going to go out of bounds here, but Newsom is getting that in what he's doing, surging the Chicago Highway Patrol, for example, Robert. I mean, I don't agree with his policies, but he knows exactly what we're talking about. He's got to appeal to their base, but he's got to try to pretend that crime is a problem.
Well, right after they're telling us that he's not imitating him, he's just trying to make him look bad, and then he turns around and does this, which indicates he really is trying to imitate him, but he's just trying to do it in a way that's more palatable to his supporters, as crazy as they are.
Exactly.
But I'll get to the side answer because I was thinking of it. Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy, I was thinking about that answer while you were playing Pringle and you were talking about Randy Weingartner, and it occurred to me, I'm surprised that they didn't come up with a third Raggedy doll. You know what I mean? Because Raggedy Ann is the girl, Raggedy Andy is the boy. I'm surprised they didn't come up with a third one and call it like Raggedy Androgynous or something. You know?
Well put, outside the box as usual. There we go. We're hearing it, Robert. Dan Scott?
At least the kids would learn a long word in process, you know, androgynous. You guys have a great day,
Thank
Tom.
you,
I'm
Robert.
loving the show, man.
Thank you. Guy always delivers. By the way, Dan, you weren't here yesterday. Somebody said, sign of apocalypse. Joe of Exton calls in and doesn't say good afternoon. And right on cue at about 2:15, he calls in and says, good afternoon, Tom. They all have their brand. Earl of Taconi's got his too. He's coming up. But the great Scott Presler, Mike Gibson, I know it drives you nuts on Twitter. Scott Presler next. And Trump at the White House. What will he announce at 2 o'clock? Well, maybe a bit late. We'll see. Here on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Tax Relief Advocates, we get it. Thinking about back taxes to the IRS can be very unsettling. Don't lose hope. With thousands of 5-star Google reviews and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, TRA is resolving taxpayers' delinquent tax problems nationwide once and for all. We could significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe the IRS. If you haven't filed your taxes in years or are already facing collections, we can help. We aren't just some run-of-the-mill tax service company. We specialize in helping individuals and businesses with $10, $50, or even $500,000 in back taxes get speedy resolution. And in many cases, only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. The IRS isn't going anywhere, and neither is your tax problem. To see what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call 800-335-8578. 800-335-8578. Again, that's 800-335-8578. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
It is Dom time. President Trump will make an announcement from the Oval Office, but first, we're going to go to our guy in thick or thin. I know he's pressed today for a bit of time, but the great Scott Presler at his 2 o'clock house call, roughly, every Monday here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Scott, what's up today? You sound like big action with you.
Happy Tuesday. So
yesterday, of course, was Labor Day. We didn't get data, but I have some fresh Pennsylvania data. But first, let me tell people where I'm going to be. So this has been a busy week, Dom. I did the Crawford Festival over on the western part of the state, right below Erie, Pennsylvania, which continues to trend it to the right. And then I went to the GDS fair over in Wayne County. And just at that fair alone, I want to give a shout out to two of my staff, Gina and then Mr. Cuchis, and both of them, they registered 195 Republican voters / signed them up for emergency backup ballots. So even we're in an off-year election, we're still putting up big numbers. And this next week, to anyone that's in Northeast Pennsylvania, I will be at the Luzerne County Fair from Wednesday tomorrow through Saturday. And then you can expect me going back to the west coast of the state over to the Albion Fair, which again is in Crawford County.
Excellent, Scott. Any sense, I know you're fluid in your schedule, when you'll be in southeastern Pennsylvania?
Yes, this whole putting you on speaker for just a second. So this is a busy month of September, and I think I'm doing 12 counties during this month. So I will be in Delaware County on the 15th, Southeast PA. I'll be in York County on the 16th. I'll be in Lancaster the 17th and 18th. I'll be in Berks County. And then the weekend of the 19th and 20th, I'll be over at State College over in the center of the state as well. And then we're also going to have a table at the Harrisburg, Pennsylvania March for Life. So we'll be doing a lot more central and southeast PA during the month of September.
All right, good. Delaware County in particular, I want to see if we can see you in person there, get folks out for that. Next week, we'll zone in on it. Scott, go ahead.
This is what I do need. So we're doing and thank you for the generous offer. We're doing a transition phase over here at Early Vote Action. So, we're very big on voter registration. We're very big on getting people to sign up for the emergency backup ballots. Now, we may start having ballots sent out as soon as the middle of September, literally 2 weeks. So Early Vote Action is going to be transitioning, and we're going to be going into ballot chasing and pretty much just door knocking for the last 2 months going into November. And so what I would like to do is if we could do something over in Bucks County, I would love to do a Dom Giordano, Scott Pressler, Bucks County Day of Action event. And we really need to protect Fred Herron, who's running for sheriff, and Jen Shorn, that's running for re-election as our district attorney. And so anyone in Bucks County, you can expect me that I'll be basically living there for 2 weeks doing door knocking from Levittown to Bensalem to Doylestown to Quakertown. And we are going to be putting a very big concerted effort into keeping Bucks County red.
Anything you want, you know that. So tell me your plan or where we go for that. I'm going to be with Fred next Wednesday, Scott, a week from this tomorrow, for a big fundraiser. He does a thing for kids in boxing, the sheriff's office in Doylestown with him.
Great.
But Day of Action and what you want to do, you get the place or you tell me what to do as soon as you know, and I'll be there.
Beautiful. Thank you.
So, Scott, the Pennsylvania numbers, what are you seeing this week?
So we did out-register the Democrats Commonwealth-wide. However, it was narrow. Democrats added 916 voters Commonwealth-wide, and Republicans added 1,018. And now, Dom, I don't know if you saw the video that has now been seen 3.8 million times and has gone just completely viral. But I put out a video just a couple days ago. I was out doing my 6 miles per day that I do, and I was walking at 2 a.m., and I said, I have to make a video right now and let people know what's going on. And between you and me, Dom, I don't think it's looking really good for this November. Not enough people are talking about the no to retention to Democrats Doherty, Donahue, and Wecht. Not enough people are talking about Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey, and not enough people are talking about Winsome Sears in Virginia. And I believe if the election were held today, we would lose all 3 states, and the Democrats would lock in 2 Democrat governors, and we would be stuck with a Democrat Supreme Court here in Pennsylvania until 2035. And I'm gonna let me clarify myself. Give me just one minute to really say this, and I want to say this on air and to all of the listeners that come and listen to us at 2 p.m. every Monday during your show. I want to ultimately ban mail-in ballots as the president does, but please hear me loudly and please hear me clearly. Ballots are being sent out in 2 weeks. The president, with his federal authority, does not have the ability to stop the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania from mail-in ballots for this November's 2025 election cycle. Please hear me. If Republicans do not vote early, and if you do not embrace the mail-in ballots, aka the emergency backup ballots for this November, Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, Dougherty, Donahue, and Wecht, Democrat justices that locked you down, that stole the election, that gerrymandered congressional maps in 2018, allowing for the impeachment of President Trump, they're going to be retained. And with everything that I've tried to do with voter registration and organizing and hiring staff within your Commonwealth, all of our work is going to ultimately allow the Democrats to remain in power here in PA until 2035. And I don't want that to happen. And so I usually am a bubbly person. I'm going to give you good news. I'm here to give you a reality check. Again, if you guys listening don't vote this November, and something's going to happen. I have roofers that fall off the ladders. I have parents that their children get sick. I got moms whose cars break down. Please, I beg you, go to vote.pa.gov, and I want you to sign up for a mail-in ballot as soon as you're done listening to Dom. Please, for this November. If you want to defeat 3 Democrat Supreme Court justices, you must have your plan B. Get a mail-in ballot as your plan B. You can always surrender it and spoil it in person on Election Day. And I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't want to win. If I didn't care, if I didn't give a darn, if I wanted the Democrats to win, I wouldn't tell you to do this. And I'll leave it at that. But please, vote.pa.gov. Request your emergency backup ballot, your mail-in ballot, and have your plan B for this November. Otherwise, you're going to have a Democrat Supreme Court.
That's why you're the best. There are so-called influencers and others who would just give you rosy scenarios, go wild, and say, don't vote by mail-in ballot. And you and I both know what's going to happen. If we go down that path, we have to win in order to get rid of the mail-in ballot scourge. So let's concentrate on that now. And that's why I guess it went viral, Scott. You still have people out there on Twitter who just think that they're going to influence people or get more views or something by saying something that's silly. We know what happens if we don't. And you've offered, as you said, you have the ballot. You can spoil it on Election Day. So you're still showing up on Election Day. You made it. You spoil it there, and you vote in person.
Well, and last thing, so early vote action, I'd like to think of us as a think tank that takes action. We're not just a think tank. We're a battle tank.
Right.
And so we're creating great strategies that we're implementing. So here's the most important thing that people aren't understanding. In 2023, the Supreme Court, there was an undervote of 440,000 votes. What does that mean? 440,000 people, Dom, voted for the Supreme Court race for Carolyn Carluccio, but didn't turn their ballot over to vote no to retention. Here's the vernacular that we're using. Flip over your ballot to fire 5 judges. Turn over your ballot to term limit judges. And if we have enough people being poll greeters on Election Day, letting people know, turn over your ballot, flip over your ballot, vote no to retention, I'm telling you, we do have the capability to defeat all 3 of these, and we could severely get that undervote, get more people to vote no to retention, and change the scope of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
It would be as big in one fell swoop It's not that we have to do this 3 election cycles. There are 3 of them. And look, I share what you're trying to do. The Dohertys and I have had a lot of stuff. Johnny Doc, who is in jail now, back and forth, and the brother is on the Supreme Court. So, Scott, what do you see in New Jersey now? We have the monthly numbers, I guess, right?
Rarely. We don't have Actually, I think the data may have come out. I'm behind it, Dom. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
I'm
it's
gonna
all
have to
right.
bring it to you next week.
Yeah, okay.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I will say one thing about Jack Ciattarelli. I've never seen a candidate work so hard beside Donald Trump. Jack Ciattarelli is out there doing all 21 counties, working his behind off, and Early Vote Action has 14 full-time staff on the ground. We fully support Jack Ciattarelli, and I'm telling you, this race is winnable. Just as I told you, Pennsylvania, you need to request a mail-in ballot. New Jersey, it's a little bit different. For New Jersey, vote early in person. You're going to have 10 days of early voting. There are no excuses. For New Jersey, please vote early in person going into the November 4th, 2025 election.
Absolutely. So, Scott, all things Scott Presler and the campaign, et cetera, and we'll get that day worked out with you for a day of action. Where do we go?
Well, for all things concerning election integrity or knocking on doors, or if you want to learn how I turned cottage cheese into ice cream,
yes,
you can go to this is a game changer. Go to @Scott Presler. I accidentally froze my cottage cheese.
Yeah.
And then I mixed it with yogurt, and I was like, oh, my gosh, this is ice cream. So if anybody's trying to lose some extra weight, oh, bro.
I'll be
honest. I'm telling you.
I'll be taking the advice over here.
I saw that on Twitter. I haven't tried. I'm not a cottage cheese guy, but it was interesting.
So earlyvoteaction.com. That is earlyvoteaction.com. And again, thank you so much for having me, and I will see you next Monday at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Scott. All right, Scott Presler. The beauty of Scott Presler is he's not just going to come on, some of these influencers, let's get clicks, everything's fine, etc. He's going to tell you when he sees issues out there. And some of it with the mail-in ballot, we're still fighting. Sadly, if we don't do this, you're not going to win. What is so hard to understand? Well, you have some people who just want to get people worked up on it. The president can't get rid of this by executive order. It's still going to happen. And he's come up with another plan. You got the mail-in ballot, you take it and you spoil it that day, and you vote in person if you're able to make it there that day. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. We're waiting on the president from the White House with this big announcement, which we'll go to. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
All right, today you're playing for the belt as usual, but to win also Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning digital movie code. Tom Cruise stars as Ethan Hunt in this action-packed thrill ride that film critics are calling the biggest and wildest mission yet. That's something. Go inside the incredible stunts with over 50 minutes of jaw-dropping extras when you buy on digital. Available at participating retailers. Rated PG-13 from Paramount Pictures.
Yeah, Dom, today we got something related to the side question.
Okay.
I'm the one running the board today, so I'm going to take a shot at our friend Linda Kearns as well. We often talk about the quality of Elvis Presley's music not being up to snuff, and here's proof of it. Here's an individual that relates to the side question. And back in the late 70s, Elvis started becoming an image of himself to the point that people started impersonating him. And even Elvis recognized this, and at one point said that this person was his favorite impersonator of all time.
Wow.
So, Dom, we're going to listen to a guy. We want to know who it is here covering an Elvis song. Take a listen. So Dom, late 70s guy, appears on TV a bunch, performing as Elvis. Elvis Presley himself says he loves how this guy does it. Relates to the side question. Don't repeat the side question, might be too obvious. But Dom, we want to know who it is today covering Elvis Presley.
Pretty good, thank you. Thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Get in. Yes. Get in. Hit us with that, and you win today, and you're off. And Andy and Andrew and I talked about this yesterday. Tom Cruise, what more can he do? This might be the last.
Yeah, might be the
last. I hope it's done, because these are really cheating death several times. 855-839-1210.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Dom, Money, Melody.
Money gone. We haven't done that in a while. It is Dom's Money Melody.
My bad.
Dave McCormick, Senator McCormick, will be here at 2:30. Side question ongoing. Waiting the president from the White House, but another great cover. This is the guy that Elvis thought did him best. Let's listen. All right, so hit us with that, and you're off to Tom Cruise. Let's try Anthony in Chesterfield, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Anthony, good afternoon. Who is covering that great Elvis hit?
Is that Andy Williams?
No, I think that would be a little bit dated. Andy Williams with Elvis. Wow. Yes, Ed in Pennsauken. Ed, who is it?
Who is it? Andy Kaufman.
Yes, I could see that with Elvis. Boy, we've never explored that. I'll put you on hold, and you're going off to Tom Cruise. Andy Kaufman, just one of the strangest.
Strangest? You're not a fan of Andy Kaufman?
I just got a strange thing from him. I never.
You think he's still alive?
I don't think he is.
No. You
don't
think he disappeared somewhere?
Is there a wrestling angle with him, too? Why am I thinking
Yeah,
of
Jerry
that?
the King Lawler. He got into the big fight with.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
One of those guys that denied that wrestling is real and all that stuff.
I don't remember exactly how to play. I really
think
should,
he did.
But yeah.
And John Stossel, I love the guy when he came up, but he's the one that got slapped, and now his hearing is gone. So
John Stossel's deaf?
Well,
Or
Partially, yeah. I mean,
Wow.
He said it's not real, and I don't think it was Jerry the King Lawler. It was,
So Jerry Lawler and him, they had this feud that was fake. We learned later, but it was known for realism and Lawler's pile driver on Kaufman, and it led to intergender matches with Kaufman, wrestling females and such. And, yeah. It was like a whole thing. And
But he broke the third wall, so to speak, right? He was known for that, taking you inside stuff. Maybe I shouldn't say strange as much as provocative. To put it mildly.
And he would actually do this impersonation on the Johnny Carson show, and that's where Elvis happened to see him. And Elvis reportedly said that favorite impersonator. But another shot at Linda. It's proof that even Andy Kaufman can sing on point almost exactly Elvis's music because it's just not that.
Linda
not that hard.
Could be in the middle of court deciding the election, and she'd have to come out to debate.
I just heard yet another put down of the king. We are no longer friends from Linda.
Oh, okay. Well, yesterday she got in at the 11th hour, barely on Labor Day, and just we had Presler on. I mean, what luck that we ended up with Scott Presler here on the show and Linda Kearns, both in Pennsylvania, one local, one national, and. She mentioned that yesterday was the 1-year anniversary when Dan called her at her desk. Well, she was listening, I think, too. These people broke into various SEPTA outdoor displays and were putting Kamala Harris in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform. Can you imagine? And they sort of knew who did it. No penalty in Philadelphia, of course. And our buddy down in South Philadelphia, I think it was Joe, put posters over them to block them and ended up on the Jesse Waters show. Just the intensity of that election on Labor Day, the type of nonsense that was going on and how outraged people were. Thank you, Linda Kearns, and thank you, Scott Presler. I don't know what President Trump is doing. I don't think it's going to be the auto pen. That's his portrait of Biden, apparently. But he's going to make an announcement that apparently is military in some way, shape, or form. Dave McCormick in the On Deck Circle, he's the architect of another huge deal, the South Korean company, or the nation of South Korea, jobs at the shipyard in Philadelphia. But they're not only jobs, they're national security related. But I also asked him about SEPTA and the 6-month, he did a big thing on his first 6 months in office, and we haven't talked in a while. He is a powerhouse, to put it mildly. But we started off today, and it continues through the day. Listen to, again, if you have that ready to go. Here's the one that tops the whole story of the day, Chicago, the target. We played you the mayor saying it was built by slaves, and we're not going to let Trump come and take it yesterday. Here's the head of the Chicago public school teachers. I think the most notorious, at least teachers union on a local level. I think she is more out there than Randy Weingarten. Maybe not as much as Becky Pringle. Hard to say. Here's what she said about the weekend. I think it's on CNN. It's not on Fox. And she's being asked, you have, 54 plus were shot over Labor Day weekend. 8 or 9 killed. And you don't think this is a crisis. You don't think something has to be done, even if you don't fully like the mechanism, to surge this, to stop this. Here's what she said.
What do you say to those who are incredibly concerned about crime in your city when we saw 50 people shot, 7 fatally just over the weekend? And the argument can be made then that there needs to be some federal assistance in order to make both you and your students and those families safer.
And I would agree federal assistance is needed. So restore the Medicaid cuts, make sure that young people have SNAP benefits, rebuild and fund our Department of Education. You can give that $1 million a day to people who need support and housing and care.
But what does that do to address the crime situation in your city? I understand those grievances, but what does that do to keep people safe who feel, frankly, like our big cities are unsafe?
Well, what it has done already in Chicago is led to the precipitous decline in crime under this mayor. He has reopened mental health care clinics. He has reconstructed school libraries. He's giving young people jobs. When you embrace people and fight poverty instead of humanity and dignity, you can make a crime rate go down, and you can make people feel safe and supported, and you can reaffirm our commitment to democracy in this country. He has it wrong. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for public education to be funded. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for Medicaid for all. We're not asking for troops. We're asking for affordability and affordable housing.
And who is it, to that last point, is driving up affordability? No, what they're asking for is the same old, same old. Notice this phony thing, too. And you're going to see it play out, maybe with there are criminal charges possible in Washington. Crime is down. And taking any way, shape, or form to continue to say that, and people recognize it's not. And even if it were, it's minuscule, but it's not. And you have these killings that happened over the weekend. So that's part of the playbook now. Just keep saying crime is down. We don't need anything more. Crime is down. So it's acceptable, if I ever were able to get her on, to say that you have 54, 55 people shot, 8 or 9 dead. That's acceptable, right? That's what you're saying. Crime is down. This guy has done that. Well, that's no different than it's been the last few years of the stats that come out routinely. It's harder to hide homicides, although they try. They call it suspicious deaths and put it out. They've done this in Philadelphia. There's any number of things they're doing to cook the books. It's constant. It's even bigger than ever. And then just to blatantly tell people it's down when people say, no, it's not. A woman writing in The Atlantic and on MSNBC objects to what Trump's doing in Washington, even though she recently tweeted. Couple of her cars, she and the husband, were stolen. They had a couple of Vespa scooters. They were stolen. Kids' bikes stolen. She says that tally, here are the numbers. It was 6 or 7 vehicles of one sort or another. She whined about that, complained about that. But because Trump is doing it, this is not good. And the carjacking stats are probably the biggest that I see in Washington. The most frightening carjacking have gone way down just during this period of time. And by the way, the National Guard is mulching, creating gardens, picking up trash. Do you have an objection to that? This is going to happen in Chicago. I thought Trump would stop with maybe the federal areas in Chicago. I think it's going to be broader. And we're going to see, do they still want to die on this hill? Crazies like this woman do. She thinks she's smarter. She's just going to scream, crime is down. What don't you understand? And I'm going to say it again and again and again. Is that a winning issue? Polling, gut instincts? No, it is not. And Democrats who actually have to win elections, no, it's not. All right, we'll talk to Senator Dave McCormick about that, and also this big deal with South Korea, or South Korean companies at the Navy Yard that has won a lot of approval. I mean, this guy's a powerhouse. He's next, and we'll get a winner on the side question. You know, it's great when I have an opportunity to bring you great news about some of the people that I've worked with for years. My dentist for 10 years, Dr. Bentz. The great news is that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team in September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even you've been putting off seeing a dentist because of time and all that, or you're a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated cases, Bentz Dental Group, one-stop number one for those solutions. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. I told you about the improvement in my oral health, the water pick, the electric toothbrush, his care tips. It's all there. You'll get on that same road to great dental health and even the smile that you've always wanted. All you have to do is make that call now. Call and schedule your appointment, 610-272-6949. The point is, with another prosthodontist there, now we're opening up more availability for you, for your schedule, 610-272-6949. You can also visit them online, bentzdentalgroup.com. That's BENTZ dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
The quiet weather pattern and comfortable conditions remain in the forecast. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds today with low humidity, high temperature up around 80 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy and cool, low 62 for the city, 50s out in the suburbs, and another very pleasant day on Wednesday, partly sunny with a high 82.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Fall means football, and the ultimate game plan starts in your kitchen. At D&K Appliances, we carry winning brands like GE, Bosch, Wolf, and Sub-Zero. So whether it's game day grilling, chilling drinks, or post-game cleanup, we've got you covered. Family owned with personalized service. D&K Appliances delivers, installs, and supports every play. Visit our showrooms in Newtown Square or Flowertown, or online at dkappliances.com. D&K Appliances, the dependable difference.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, big issues, big guests. We heard from Jack Ciattarelli. Doubleheader today, though. Senator Dave McCormick, who has made quite an impact, joins us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Senator, welcome back. Thanks for joining us today.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. How are you?
Well, very well. Now, your staff put out, too, the 6 months in office. I happened to be out during that period of time, or you were busy making big deals here for jobs and national security. What are some of the high points that you put out in kind of that, here's my 6-month report card?
Well, as I always say to you, I start with a real honor and privilege to be serving the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm the 54th elected senator, and I really take it seriously. And the things I promised were to, stop the flow of fentanyl into Pennsylvania and get the economy back on track and create jobs. And there's been a lot of progress on jobs. I'd say 4 things I'd highlight. One, I'm really proud of the Nippon U.S. Steel deal, which the president was opposed to, and I went with some others and sat down and talked to him, and he made the deal a lot better, and that not only saved 4,000 jobs in the Mon Valley outside of Pittsburgh, but created another 10,000 as they build a new mill. The second big opportunity, which is something I worked with Governor Shapiro on, was the announcement by Amazon to invest $20 billion in Pennsylvania in 2 big campuses with data centers, one in Bucks County, one right near where I grew up in Columbia County, which is a huge investment and a big opportunity for energy and AI. The third's the Energy and Innovation Summit we talked about, you and I.
Right.
$92 billion of investment in Pennsylvania, tens of thousands of jobs, energy infrastructure, and data centers. And finally, last week, I'm so excited. You and I have talked many times about the Philadelphia shipyard. But and I've been there a number of times. What was announced last week is that Hanwha, which purchased the Philadelphia shipyard, is going to invest an additional $5 billion, which will create 5,000 new jobs. And these are great jobs for welders and steam fitters and electricians. And it's going to make Philadelphia a place that builds about a ship and a half a year now to a place that builds 20 ships a year and helps get our shipbuilding capacity in America back on track. So those are examples of areas where I think Pennsylvania can play a huge leadership role, and I'm working hard to be part of that.
Well, absolutely. Now, you mentioned fentanyl, and I'm seeing a story today pretty disturbing. Employers talk, I think it was Wall Street Journal, of people that are actually drug testing fentanyl, which seems deadly to me, the mere mention of the word. President Trump suggesting more with the border being shut down, but to go after the cartels. And I think you've been one of the leaders in the Senate. There's an appetite to do more. We can't just let them say, hey, we're on the other side of the border. We can do what we want.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to kill the supply of fentanyl coming across our border. There was 4,000 Pennsylvanians who died last year, almost 100,000 Americans last year alone, Dom. That is how crazy this is. And it's the ingredients come from China. So we need to penalize and punish China and stop that. And they get into Mexico. The cartels manufacture the fentanyl, and then they bring it across our border. And so what the president's done is two things. He's obviously halted the flow of people across the border, illegal immigrants. But the second thing, which I had encouraged him to do and Secretary Rubio to do, they've identified the cartels as terrorist organizations. That allows us to use the full range of our military and law enforcement capabilities to destroy the cartels, both across the border in Mexico, working with the Mexican government, but also here in the United States. We also need to do a lot on the demand side. And unfortunately, in southeast Pennsylvania, we've got a huge problem in Kensington and other places. And we need to create the facilities to help people transition, to break the cycle of addiction. There's more to do on that, but the starting point is crushing the source, which is these cartels.
Also, you're in Washington frequently, the Senate and the like. The crime situation, it's an obvious thing of what's happened here, just preliminary, but give us a sense of what it's like day to day. You're a military veteran at high order, but the times I'm in Washington, and as you know, I grew up in South Philly, I'm in Germantown, I'm in the city my whole life. It feels like a dangerous place, and I'm not even necessarily in the outlying areas where it is even more dangerous.
Yeah, listen, something remarkable has happened on that. In Washington, unfortunately, you see lots of people on the streets, lots of homeless people. You would come into Union Station, take the train from Philly, and Union Station 25 years ago used to be spectacular. Now it's filled with homeless people and a real risk of crime, particularly at night. And what President Trump did is he essentially brought the National Guard in under specific powers he has related to the District of Columbia. And honestly, Dom, not only in the statistics, which violent crime and crime in general has come down dramatically, and even the mayor, a Democratic mayor, has said as much. But you can feel it. My wife and I took a walk. We lived near the water in Washington when I'm here during the week. We took a walk the other day in an area which usually at night we would be very reluctant to do. It was absolutely, there was National Guard walking around. It was absolutely peaceful, kids out playing. It was amazing. And then today I took the train in, came through Philadelphia into Union Station, and there was National Guard in there. And literally there's a quartet playing right in the main corridor there, playing classical music. I mean, it was like a radical turnaround. You would have never imagined this 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I think that the important thing is Washington is far more secure. But second, I think it's a role model for particularly these Democratic mayors across the country where crime is out of control. People should have a right to be able to walk outside their doors and feel safe. And unfortunately, we don't have that in a lot of cities.
That's my experience with Union Station. It was like this hot spot when you came into Washington. The last couple of times I've been there was during the day, but I navigate it much more carefully. I hope you tell that story, though. I want to see them challenge that there was classical music in Union Station. That's symbolic of what's going on.
You got to take the train just to see it. You wouldn't believe it. So, listen, we got a lot of work to do, but I feel like the first 8 months for President Trump have been, just ask yourself, what did he campaign on and what has he done? I think he's lived up to his promises, and I've got a whiteboard in my office with 10 things I promised, and I get a lot of check marks. I'm not done yet, but I think we're really pushing the ball in the right direction. I feel good about it.
You are. One parting one, too, that you've been understated behind the scenes, but just making it happen, helping to do that is school choice, which is going to start to play out more and more, and people are going to have to make a decision here in Pennsylvania. Are they going to give parents choice, the big, beautiful bill, et cetera? What can you tell us on that front?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that. I mean, if you believe, which I know you do, Dom, and I do, in opportunity, equality of opportunity for everybody, no matter what their race, no matter what their religion, we want everybody to have great opportunity. The best way to do that is school choice. And school choice exists, as you know, Dom. Rich people have it. They can send their kids anywhere they want. And what the Big Beautiful Bill did, and it was an important step, is it gave much more favorable tax treatment to anybody who gives philanthropic dollars to school choice. So we think it's going to encourage a lot of philanthropy coming into school choice, helping fund scholarships. But there's a lot more we need to do. We need school choice legislation in Pennsylvania. We almost had that in the last gubernatorial election, and the governor ultimately decided not to go forward on that. We need to do this, and other states are doing it. And the aftermath of COVID, we see it in Arkansas, we see it in Georgia, we see it in Florida, we see it in Tennessee, see it in Texas, and it's creating great opportunity for everybody. This is the way to make sure that everybody has a shot at the American dream, and it starts with our kids and their education. So this is an important step, but I'm going to be beating this drum and shouting from the rooftops that we need to do a lot more on school choice.
Well, you are. Thank you. So I got to see that whiteboard sometime to see how many checks out of the 10 that are there. Is it over 5? Well, we'll set the number here.
I'd say we're over 5 and headed towards 10. And,
okay.
There's a lot more to do, but we're making real progress.
Thank you, Senator. Thanks as always. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Senator Dave McCormick here. Does that seem, just made up? There was classical. No, he's not the type of guy who's going to say that. That's what Union Station used to be about. Instead, Scott Jennings says he's looking for a tie. He was going to be in CNN, and he hears a shot, and somebody's dead next to him in Union Station. Trump is out, for his own, in his mind, his legacy. Who cares what the motivation is? But to make Washington, the nation's capital, the greatest nation in history, a showplace, even the grass. How's it going, though, with the special announcement from the White House? I've been concentrating on McCormick. Nothing yet.
No.
All right, we'll bring it to you and let you know what that is coming up. The running late with politicians. Oh, God. All right, but the side question, in full play, hit us with that, Andrew. Let's first, though, take a moment to tell you, it's time for Rescue Natural Supplements Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 75% off. Plus, enjoy free shipping, whether you're searching for immune support, joint comfort, heart health, a youthful glow. Rescue's health essentials are for everyone. Take a break, celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and a lot more. All you have to do is just call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day. 25 to 75% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 75% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com. Get that Labor Day deal going right now. Just call 800-26-ALIVE.
My name is Stephen Ridgey, originally from Little Falls, New Jersey. My wife went to some of the crash-proof events, and what the wife is interested in, naturally, the husband has to be interested in. So I went, and I was intrigued, and I decided to pursue it further. And since then, I don't worry about money at all anymore. In 2025, I got 6.5%. That 6.5% is mine. There are no fees. And today, we had a very productive meeting. For 2026, I may only make 5.5% if the market dies and crashes. But I also have the ability to make 15, 17% if the market roars. I know Jerseyans are skeptical. We always are about every little thing. But believe me, I can't thank my wife enough for bringing me to Crash-Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Adelphia Restaurant on September 16th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Governor Shapiro meeting with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle to try to hammer out a budget and SEPTA funding. Philly theaters are still struggling to get audiences back at pre-pandemic levels, according to a new report. And Eagle star Saquon Barkley has a new turkey hoagie at Wawa called the Saquon Hoagie.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about a company that doesn't just do business in the area. They are an actual part of the community. Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is family-owned and operated and local for more than 35 years. They treat your home like it's their own. Roofing, siding, windows, and doors, Emmons does it all. And with their Owen Corning Platinum status, you're getting lifetime protection. Don't mess around. Trust Emmons just like I do. Call them today at 855-4-EMMONS or go to callemmons.com and tell them I sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
And I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama.
All right, so that's the big announcement. Moving from Colorado Springs The advantages of Huntsville has always been a place where, well, at least the
people are
last
so disappointed, Dom. The chat on YouTube right now,
Yes.
I'm watching the AP feed.
Yes.
No, he's alive. Boo. This is pre-recorded. No, people were tuning in for the sole sake that they hoped that this would be an announcement that Trump was dying.
Oh, my God. You know, I have to get on the Josh Barton guy tomorrow. We liked him, Dan, over the years. Fun bets. Will Michelle Obama be president 50-1, AOC 100-1? He says today that they're only offering 1-to-1 odds that Trump will finish his term because it's so enormous, the amount of money. I'm reading right from his website. At 3-to-1 odds, they couldn't handle it. What in the world is driving these people? And how are they going to be when we get down to the last days of this term and Trump is finishing out his term? Yet at the same time, they're saying he's going to finish out his term and then continue to be president in 2028. So which one is it? They're betting on both that are preposterous. All right, so Huntsville, Alabama is the big announcement. I don't know. This was a lot of teasing for this. I don't have anything against it, but, I thought it was going to be the war or the defense change at least. He is to be known as Rocket City, Trump just said. Okay. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Yeah, I have two answers today.
Sure.
Well, it's one answer.
Okay.
But it's two answers. It's Andy Kim.
All right.
It's the Asian senator from New Jersey, and it's also the Lebanese-Canadian singer from the 1970s who did the song Rock Me Gently.
All right, that's an interesting co-joining with Andy Kim in that. All right. The Drew of Upper Darby. All right, Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. Dom, these young ladies were famous for their song, the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boys of Company B. They raised the morale of our greatest generation, our World War II soldiers, and they were the Andrews sisters. Thanks, Dom.
Thank you very much. Joe of Exton met no apocalypse yesterday due to what he did. Hey, Joe, afternoon. What do you have today?
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. My Andrew is the late Philadelphia classical pianist Andre Watts.
Classical what?
All right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. He was big here in Philly. Tell us more, Joe. Why Andre Watts?
Well, his mother was a Hungarian who met an American soldier who was stationed in Germany. This is after the war, when they were in Germany, the Americans, that is. So
it's okay, Joe. You don't have to strain on. I got your answer. My goodness. Gene, there's no world that exists outside the classics. Joe is headed to Union Station right now. McCormick said, you know what's on there. All right, let's go to Gene and Abby.
Is Joe the one playing the classical music?
Yeah, probably. All right, Gene, what's yours?
My answer is President Andrew Jackson, Old Hickory. He was a hero in the War of 1812, Battle of Pensacola and the Battle of New Orleans. He served in the House. He served in the Senate. And there was a little bit of controversy with his stuff there. But
a little bit? My God, they rioted and knocked down the White House with him. He had 4 bullets in him. Who knows how many different women? I challenge you to a duel, sir.
Isn't that? Yeah, that's right. Wasn't he a great pick for me today?
Oh, exactly. No, Gene. I love it. A little bit of controversy. All right, Chuck in Newtown Square, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Chuck, you round it out. What do you have?
All right, I think you say you always like out of the box.
Yes.
Well, in 1956, off the coast of Nantucket, there was an accident between a ship called the Stockholm and the Andrea Doria. Now, it's known as it's famous for a few things. One of them is also featured in a Seinfeld episode.
That's where we're going.
But it was also the most famous rescue at sea. 1,660 people were rescued over the course of 5 days, and only about, I think it's around 16 people died, but it was a collision between those two ships in a big sense of fog. So people talk about how big the ocean is, but it's not that big that these two ships found each other.
Well, and what did George Costanza say? Come on now. Only 16 people died out of here when they were trying to go for the... Now, you see, if Mondami, though, were in charge, all the apartments would be rent stabilized. You wouldn't have to go in for that.
You are correct. Yes, they were trying. You're 100% right. That's what he was trying to do. He was trying to get into an apartment complex or whatever, and he was getting beaten out by somebody who survived. He survived the Andrea Doria.
Great stuff. Always comes back to Seinfeld. All right, Andrew, who did you like today?
I'm going to go with one of my mom's favorite actresses of all time. She loves Sound of Music was her favorite movie. You got to go with Julie Andrews.
Yes, except Joe said he didn't like her disrobing in Victoria or something.
I mean, you talked about the classics. The Sound of Music is a classic.
Yeah,
and that's what we'll remember Julie Andrews.
All right, Dan, how about you?
Andrea Bocelli caused a lot of humor, and so did Andrew Cuomo.
Right.
Raggedy Andy, a good one. Julie Andrews, I do like. But that last one, man, Andrea Doria was a good one from Chuck.
Let's go with Chuck. I always love his call. The guy's a master at that. But I love the guy with Andrew Jackson saying, well, maybe he was a bit controversial. Andrew Jackson is a buckskin version of Trump, of what he was doing in the White House. There's a lot of similarity there. Okay. Thanks to Dan pinch hitting today. I hope Henry's getting on the mend. And are you on tomorrow with us?
Unfortunately, no. I'm
what
not
the
on with
heck's
you guys
happening
tomorrow.
here?
You got to talk to Frank.
All right. Well, he's away, so just show up here and we'll work you in. Rich Cioli show is next. Rich, 4 big hours coming up. Great stuff today with Jack Ciattarelli. That interview should be up on podcast. You can listen to it. I'm back tomorrow, noon until 3. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Your home equity could vanish almost overnight, stolen by scammers who forge a deed and transfer it out of your name. The FBI calls it house stealing, and the worst part is you may not know it until it's too late. Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO for a 30-day free trial, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
Millions are choosing NordVPN